There shall now be a moment of silence. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Honorable members, just a reminder that in terms of our rules, the time allocation for member statements is as follows. Each statement is 1.5 minutes. MEC's response is 2 minutes. And we have a maximum of 7 statements that are allowed under these rules. Are there any member statements? Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress would like to condemn in its strongest terms the unfortunate incident regarding upgrading of the Leandra Recreation Center in Govan Mbeki. The funding for the upgrade of Lebohang Stadium was received through the Municipal Infrastructure Grant, which was 11 million from National Department of Sports Culture. However, we note as the African National Congress that the project is taking long to complete, still with poor grass and uneven field with no grandstand and no high mast light. We also note that the project is still not fully completed in line with the allocated budget. Honorable Speaker, in order to ensure that the community of Leandra benefit through this project, and in line with the work that needs to be done, we want to appeal to the MEC for the Department of Culture, Sports and Recreation to get to the bottom of this matter and ensure that the necessary steps are taken to deal with whatever that might have happened. As the Standing Committee of Public Accounts and the relevant portfolio committee, we commit ourselves to provide the necessary support to ensure that the project is
Your 1.5 minutes, Honorable Chief Whip.
That the project is fully implemented as initially intended. We need to also ensure that justice is dispensed in the event of wrongdoing, and we shall do so without fear or favor for the purpose of the people.
Has been exhausted.
I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. We wish to acknowledge the member statement with regard to Leandra. Indeed, Honourable Speaker, we are in a process of ensuring that there is accountability, particularly on the side of the municipality as well as the officials, because this grant funding, it was coming directly from the Department of National Sports, Arts and Culture, and in that regard, we're in conversation with the Office of the Minister and processes of ensuring that there's accountability in the first phase of building the Lebohang Stadium, Leandra, is in place. Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. The next member statement, Honourable Malapeng.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the African National Congress, I would like to extend our warmest congratulations to Miss Teen Universe, Boitumelo Tefu, on her outstanding achievement. Boitumelo Tefu, who hails from Ivenda Township in Govan Mbeki Municipality, won the Miss Teen Universe and World Supermodel competition that was recently held in Turkey on the 14th of May 2025. Her grace, intelligence, and confidence have not only earned her the crown, but have also inspired millions of young people across the globe. She has represented the people of Ivenda, Govan Mbeki, Mpumalanga, and South Africa with pride, pose, and purpose. Honourable Speaker, the victory is not just a personal triumph, it is a celebration of youth empowerment, resilience, and the boundless potential within every young woman. May the reign of be filled with meaningful impact, continued growth, and unforgettable experiences. We are incredibly proud of her and excited for all that she will accomplish in this
Your
new
1.5
chapter.
minutes has been exhausted.
Thank you so
Honorable
much,
Madam.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We indeed pleased with the realities that the young people of Mpumalanga are also on the global stage in ensuring and canvassing their talent. We had to meet the young girl as well as the family for a proper congratulations that should go into her as well as the family of her Sebande. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Another member statement, Honorable Ndlovu.
Inkomo Speaker, and Fusheli Yindlo Inquiry. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighter to welcome the suspension of the head of Department of Education, Ms. Lucy Moyana, following her involvement in irregular procurement relating to the purchase of 22 laptops at a cost of exceeding 2 million, and further welcome suspension of the HOD of Sports, Art and Culture, Mr. Godfrey Ntombela, for the COVID-19 corruption as per the SIU report. This suspension comes after the EFF discovered this fraudulent activity through a whistleblower and demanded an immediate investigation, which also revealed that the procurement processes was indeed manipulated. Premier Mandla Ndlovu has since announced that 8 officials, including HOD Moyan, will face disciplinary action. The EFF insists that all 7 remaining implicated officials must also be suspended with immediate effect, as their continued presence in the office undermines the integrity of the investigation. The EFF also reiterated its long-standing position that the MEC of Education, Kathy Dlamini, play a role in the irregular procurement of the 22 laptops. Her role as an MEC is unacceptable, and we demand her immediate removal in the office. The suspension.
1.5 minutes has been exhausted.
Why you didn't want me to speak? Why you didn't want me to speak? You should have warned me. Why the others you were warning them? No matter why you didn't warn me.
Please listen to me. Everyone, when she speaks, I indicate that your 1.5 minutes, and I allow you to speak. I'm not saying stop, but I'm saying your 1.5 minutes has exhausted. Please continue and complete.
Yeah, you were not warning, you were telling me.
No, you're wasting time.
Okay, no, thank you, Speaker. And EFF remain committed to expose corruption, holding public officials.
And I allow you to speak. I'm not saying stop, but I'm saying your 1.5 minutes has exhausted.
It was so good it needed to be repeated.
Okay, the EFF remain committed to exposing corruption, holding officials accountable, and ensuring that government serves the people, not personal interests. We will continue to monitor the case closely and fight for clean government without fear of victimization by the state agencies. I thank you, Speaker.
Honorable MEC Mashilo, who is standing on behalf of MEC Lamin.
1.5 minutes is 1.5 minutes, Speaker. Was local Speaker. Well, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. We welcome the member statement in Ndlovu. Indeed, after the Premier received the whistleblower acted, it's our duty to respond to any matter raised by our whistleblowers, our community as such, and we have since actioned that as the government. Well, as for the MEC is not involved in any procurement whatsoever. That's why the accounting officer is held accountable. As for the other members, 7, we don't know them. We don't just jump and suspend people, we do investigations. Otherwise, we'll be expected to pay them when they go to the court of law. We must do diligent. We are a constitutional country. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Mtsweni.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, want to express a concern regarding the staff shortage in Butleng Community Clinic since the closure of FC Dumat Clinic 2 years ago. The clinic used to be 24-hour facility and operation hours were changed unilaterally with the proper consultation and without proper consultation, and that had led to the following challenges: reduced quality of care, compromises quality of care given to patient members due to insufficient staff members, and now are experiencing long waiting time. This led to decreased satisfaction and potential health risk. This also talks to the shortage of resources, including medication, limited access to services. The shortage of nursing staff also limits the proper access to essential health services, particularly in rural or undeserved areas. The current staff members are working double their usual head count, which lead to potential burnout and stresses. The existing staff may experience increased burnout and stress, which will further exhibit the shortage of the staff, leading to the increase to queues that move slowly and that cause some patients to be turned back without being attended. Honorable Speaker, the consequences of staff shortage in clinic can be far-reached, including decreased patient outcome and increased morbidity. That will definitely increase healthcare
Your 1.5
costs
minutes is exhausted.
due to inefficient services. We therefore demand the MEC Health to address the staff shortage and improve services delivery in clinics by considering effective recruitment and retention strategies to
Your 1.5 minutes is now
and
exhausted,
retain quality
Honorable
healthcare
Mtsweni.
professional. I thank you.
MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As a department, we do open facilities for 24 hours, but as and when we do assessment based on the headcount that we see after hours, then that leads to department reducing the hours. And by so doing, we look at our surrounding areas. I know Victor Canyon, there's also a hospital vis-a-vis the population and other facilities that are 24 hours. The issue of staff shortage, sometimes when you look at the headcount, like Honorable Member is saying, you might find that it's not every day where you have that numbers. But if you look at the overall of the nurses that are deployed on a full-time basis for 30 days, it might not be necessarily every day. But we take note of that, but we are monitoring all our facilities in the province in terms of the headcount and the number of professional nurses that are there. And from time to time, as we recruit from those that have graduated in our nursing college, we do find a balance so that our shortages are minimized in our facilities. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Sekaledi.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to deliver a member statement on behalf of the Democratic Alliance. Chaos is what could be used to be described at what is happening in the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport. It is not, if it is not rates and taxes problems, public infrastructure properties, land and buildings that are decaying or even being used for criminal activities, roads that are or which are constantly being seceded to SANRAL due to incapacities within the department, scholar transport issues where service providers are not being paid on time, which has also been observed in payments to our contractors, which are suffering and undergoing liquidation. We as government cannot be complicit in the destruction of SMMEs, especially with the rising unemployment rate in Mpumalanga. It is also common knowledge that the department is at war with itself and cannot distinguish who leads it due to protests against the HOD. This is a huge mess that needs urgent intervention before it implodes in our faces. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Skaledi. Honorable Emisi.
No, thanks, Honorable Speaker. Well, I think, Honorable Speaker, one must indicate that, especially on the latter part of the statement, that the Public Works Department is a working environment, not immune to labor unrest and any dispute that may arise. So we are giving attention to the issues that are being raised, in particular the issue of the HOD. The other issues that he has raised with regards to issues of tax and rates, yesterday I made it explicitly clear to the committee, where is part of it, that we are actually confronted with a number of challenges. One of them is the issue of insufficient budget as it relates to issues of rates and taxes. And we are still in engagement with the municipalities that are affected. Issues of scholar transport are among other issues that we are also dealing or rather trying to address. So the statement is noted, and these are issues that are ongoing, which we are committed to actually on daily basis reveal information and provide progress in this House and other platforms of accountability. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Mashiane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand on behalf of Action SA to deliver this statement. The people of Barberton in Mpumalanga have spoken clearly. They are desperate for safety, protection, and the restoration of law and order in their communities. While Action SA notes the recent intervention by the South African Police Service, led by the station commander in Barberton, this must not be an event, it needs to be something that is ongoing. We are Sebenda Station Commander Wako, MEC Epaptin. For years, Barberton residents have endured rising levels of violent crime, drug abuse, domestic violence, and the proliferation of illegal firearms. These issues have festered while law enforcement remained under-resourced, understaffed, and too often absent. We welcome the stated aim of this intervention, to strengthen crime prevention efforts, but words alone are not enough. The people of Mpumalanga are tired of well-rehearsed speeches and photo-op visits that are not followed by real change on the ground. If this intervention is to have meaning, it must result in permanent increases in visible policing, especially in known hotspots, swift arrests and prosecutions of known criminal syndicates that terrorize the area, investment in community policing forums, ensuring local people are partners in crime prevention, and most importantly, accountability for local SAPS leadership where failure to protect communities can no longer be tolerated. Action SA stands with the residents of Barberton. We demand that this is not yet another empty campaign, but the beginning of a serious, sustained effort to restore dignity and safety to the people of this historic town. I thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Indeed, what the Honorable is saying is after the effect that we of changes that we have, the changes that were effected in that police station. We have just appointed a new station commander as a result. This is the result of the changes that we have effected on that station. We are calling all of our community to work with the women in blue to assist us in fighting crime. I'm pleased, Honorable Speaker, to inform the House that we have just received our stats in the province after the minister has released the national stats a few days ago. In this quarter, the fourth quarter, Honorable Speaker, the province is doing well. We are number one, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Masie. Honorable Mbuyani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The African National Congress has taken serious note of the alarming concerns by the citizens of our province about the constant load reduction happening mostly in previously marginalized townships and villages. It is for this reason that on Monday, 26 May 2025, at Nkangala District Municipality, the Provincial Executive Council and our MECs held an urgent meeting with the Minister of Electricity, Dr. Ramokgopa. Honorable Speaker, Minister Ramokgopa acknowledged that and is aware that within the province there is 89 areas affected by constant load reduction. Amongst the reasons for the load reduction are the following. Transformers are overloaded because certain customers have tampered with the meter box. To avoid transformers being blown off, ESCOM implement load reduction. Certain customers are alleged to be conniving with ESCOM employees so that the system can be bypassed. ESCOM does not have the capacity to audit each and every household. Honorable Speaker, the meeting with the minister resolved to install solar panels that will generate enough power to match the capacity that is required for each village. The meeting further resolved that ESCOM would install new prepaid meters that are so advanced to be tampered with. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, to allow me to raise this member statement.
Thank you, Honorable Mbiane. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and appreciate the statement raised by Honorable Mboyan. Indeed, we met with the minister on the outcry of load reduction and discussed the matter and find some amicable solutions. Out of the 89 feeders that the member Mboyan referred to, they are now being reduced this morning to 87 feeders. Means the other two areas, they will now be removed from the load shedding. And the solution obviously is exactly what we have just presented, that the meters, smart meters, it will assist. Because when people still connect illegally to one transformer, it gets overloaded. And that's exactly what we must avoid. And ESCOM said for them to avoid the explosion of the transformer, they need to balance by load reduction. We don't believe it's a permanent solution. We're working around the clock to reduce that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We have now exhausted all our 7 member statements. We're on executive statements now. Honorable members, I am informed that there are no executive statements. We are on motion without notice. Are there any motions without notice? Honorable Seidel.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the African National Congress, I would like to express our profound sadness on the passing on of Comrade Gertrude Schoppe. Noting that Mama Gertrude Schoppe, a revered anti-apartheid activist, stalwart, educator, trade unionist, and isiTholandwe, rested peacefully at her home in Gauteng on the 22nd of May 2025 at the age of 99. Further noting that her experience in education exposed her to the systematic inequalities of apartheid and laid the foundation for her political activism. She joined the African National Congress and the ANC Women's League, where she quickly became a leading figure. She participated in the historic 1956 Women's March to the Union Buildings in Pretoria to protest past laws. Following the unbanning of the ANC, Schoppe returned to South Africa and became the first president of the African National Congress Women's League after its relaunch in 1991 to 1993. She was re-elected to Parliament in the country's first democratic elections in 1994. Honorable Speaker, we salute this fallen giant and extend our heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and all those she inspired by her life during this time of mourning. She will be laid to rest on Saturday, which is tomorrow, the 31st of May, 2025, at the West Park Cemetery. Her legacy as a stalwart of the anti-apartheid movement and champion for women's rights will continue to inspire future generations. May her soul rest in perfect peace. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Seidel. The question now before the House is whether we agree to adopt this motion.
Agreed.
So agreed. Honorable Shongwe, on demand. Is it Shongwe? On demand. My apologies. I missed the two.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I rise on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party to express our deep concern and pain regarding the alarming rise in rape cases in our province. What particularly disturbing is the surge in child rape incident involving a learner in schools. Recently, in Belfast, eMakhazeni, an 8-year-old girl was allegedly raped and harassed by a group of boys in a school bathroom. What is even more concerning in the conduct is the conduct of the teachers who failed to believe the learner when she reported the incident. Instead of accusing her of lying and telling her not to discuss it further. As a Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we condemned the barbaric and violent behavior of the perpetrators. We also condemn the teachers' behavior for failing to create a safe environment where learners feel supported and empowered to discuss sensitive topics without fear and judgment. We believe the teachers fail to provide adequate support to the learner as a survivor of rape, neglecting to provide resources and assisting in reporting the incident to the authorities. Honorable Speaker, as the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we demand a thorough investigation and necessary arrest. The learner deserves access to proper justice, psychological support, and therapy. We also call for investigation into the teacher who failed the learner with appropriate disciplinary action taken. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, we advocate for expedited prosecution and enhanced support system for the rape survivors. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ndimande. Honorable members, do we agree to adopt this motion?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Honorable Deeping Kosi.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to move a motion without notice on behalf of the African National Congress to applaud the Mpumalanga Department of Health in collaboration with the National Department of Health for successfully conducting a provincial roadshow of the hashtag Close the Page campaign that was initiated and launched by the Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, to close the gap by putting additional 1.1 million people who are living with HIV but not aware of their status and are not on the antiretroviral treatment by the end of December 2025. Noting that this program is part of the country's ongoing interventions to enhance an uptake of life-saving HIV treatment to ensure 95% of people diagnosed with HIV receive and adhere to the antiretroviral therapy to achieve viral suppression. Further noting that this massive campaign is also in line with the new South African National Strategic Plan for HIV, TB, and STIs for 2023 to 2028 and UNICEF 95-95 targets to end the HIV/AIDS epidemic by 2030. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members of the House, do we agree to adopt the motion?
Agreed.
Agreed. So agreed. Honorable Ngwenya.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to condemn the Department of Health following the shocking and deeply concerned incident that resulted in the tragic death of the 4-month-old baby at Mpumalanga Clinic in Witbank. We were shocked to learn that the baby passed away after the mother was ignored and turned away by the clinic staff. According to the information, the mother of the deceased baby was denied health care service by the nurses because she had forgotten the clinic card, despite the fact that her clinic was critical, her child was critically ill. Speaker, this kind of dehumanizing treatment within our health system is completely unacceptable. We demand the immediate intervention of the Department of Health to call for the full investigation into the operation of Mpumelelweni Clinic. Furthermore, we insist that the department take full responsibility for the tragedy and implement urgent measures to ensure that such incidents never happen again in our healthy facility. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Ngwenya. The question before the House is whether we agree to adopt the motion.
Agreed.
The motion is defeated.
By who?
No. You said you know, you heard the no. Honorable members, another motion without notice. Honorable Weber. No, members are not going to do that.
No, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable Weber.
Okay, Honorable Weber, just a minute.
No,
Just a minute, Honorable Weber.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. For the decorum of the House and for every member to be satisfied, if the member says they didn't hear any no, you can just repeat and say any no, so that we run smoothly. Please.
Yeah, it's okay. But
I don't think there's anyone who can
okay.
deny that the child has died because of negligence of nurses.
I agree, Honorable. What I do not want to respond to when they say who says, but we are hearing the voices. I'm going back to the question, does the House agree to adopt the motion?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. The motion is defeated. Honorable Weber.
Honorable Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus to move that this House considers the urgent need to ensure that vacancies within our public and private sectors are filled primarily based on merit, competence, and qualifications. Affirmative action was introduced with the noble aim of redressing injustices of our past, expanding opportunity, and creating a more inclusive workforce. It has played a crucial role in opening doors for many who were previously excluded from meaningful economic participation. However, we must now confront the growing concern that when appointments are made without due regard to capability, we risk weakening institutions, frustrating service delivery, and condemning public trust. This is not a motion against transformation, but a call for balanced transformation. We must strive for a future where equity and excellence are not seen as opposing goals. Let us ensure that affirmative action does not become a ceiling that limits competence, but a bridge that enables skilled, deserving individuals from all backgrounds to rise. Let this House affirm that merit, integrity, and proven ability must remain central to how we build our workforce. And let us commit to equipping all residents of Mpumalanga, especially the previously disadvantaged, with education and experience they need to compete fairly. I so move, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Weber. Honorable members, does the House agree to adopt the motion? What do I do when the House is simply quiet? Does the House agree to adopt the motion?
Agreed.
The motion is defeated. Honorable Sekaledi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance to raise a motion without notice. noting that the Department of Public Works is not able to honor its agreements with its creditors in the form of rates and taxes to various municipalities throughout the province. Further noting that the occupants of these properties in the form of schools, hospitals, especially or specifically in the Governing Beki municipality, have been cut off just last week. I move the following. The Treasury be allowed to intervene in the form of a mediator in order to facilitate a payment arrangement for the Department of Public Works to its creditors, specifically municipalities, rates and taxes. That an agreement be for scheduled payments and, if need be, an agreed rate upon which the Department of Public Works will be liable for. That the Treasury ring-fence any and all applicable funds allocated to Public Works, Roads and Transport's budget for the sole purpose for rates and taxes, so that it cannot be shifted to accommodate any other items. And that an MOU be drafted between Public Works and all municipalities owed of revenue, so that Public Works can be held liable in terms of both legally and in terms of the public, so that it is more transparent. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you,
So
Honorable
move.
Skaledi. Does the House agree to adopt the motion?
No.
The motion is defeated. Honorable Grobler.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to the House at large. I rise to deliver a motion without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance. Honourable Speaker, noting that the Airlink Pumas played against the Suzuki Griquas in the final of the SA Cup on Saturday, 24 May 2025. They dethroned the previous champions by winning convincingly with 39 points to 14. Honourable Speaker, further noting that despite a series of draws and a recent loss, our soccer team, the TX Galaxy, remains in the upper half of the league table. Their balanced goal difference indicates competitive performances throughout the season. With a few matches remaining, they have the opportunity to climb higher in the standings. In the light of these performances and in the spirit of supporting the sporting teams of our province, I move that this House send a letter of congratulations to the Airlink Pumas for winning the SA Cup, and also a letter of motivation and support to the TX Galaxy to encourage them for the rest of the season. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Grobler. Honorable members, do we agree to adopt this motion?
Agreed.
As so agreed. Thank you very much, honorable members. We have exhausted all our notices without motion. A motion without notices, my apologies. We are now on notices of motions. Are there any notices of motion? Honorable A.M. Weber.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance to put forth a motion with notice. The legislator plays a crucial role in the democratic process by representing the interests of the people and ensuring that laws are fair, just, and in line with the Constitution. One of the main roles of us as legislators is to do oversight on the departments that we entrusted to enforce and execute the laws and responsibilities given to them. It is of great importance that the top leadership of all our departments are being held accountable. As of recently, 2 HODs have been suspended due to alleged corruption. Therefore, the Democratic Alliance put forward the motion with notice that the House debates why the Premier needs to urgently conduct lifestyle audits on all head of departments, including the Secretary of the Legislature and or acting heads of departments, as well as all Chief Financial Officers and or acting Chief Financial Officers. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Weber. The motion is noted and it will be dealt with accordingly. Honorable Sekaleti.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance to table a motion with notice that this House in its next meeting debate the lack of standard operating procedures for our committees, as glaring deficiencies have been observed within our committees, and come up with a solution that will give committees a uniform approach to accountability. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Skaledi. The motion is noted and accordingly it will be dealt with. Thank you very much. I think these are the only 2 notices of motions. We are now moving to the next matter on our order paper. the formal motions. There is a formal motion on the order paper in the name of Honorable Sedibe. I have a speaker's list in front of me. I am going to call upon Honorable R.J. Malachi, where I'm going to allocate him 8 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and greetings to yourself. Honorable Speaker, let us begin by reaffirming the access to this legislature chamber. It's not privilege. It's not a privilege, but a constitutional right rooted in the values of quality and non-discrimination. This House represents the people of Mpumalanga, and therefore our people from Dr. J.S. Moroka, Nkoma, Zema Kazeni must be able to access the legislature chamber, especially those living with disabilities. It is a matter of public record that this legislature precinct does not meet the basic principle of universal design. This sends a dangerous message that some voices matter less than the others. Speaker, during the public hearing on infrastructure and human settlements, residents raised a concern about how spaces do not cater for people living with disability. This legislature must not be part of the same ignorance. It is unacceptable that decades after democracy, there are still citizens who must request special permission or assistance just to enter the legislature chamber. This is not about clarity or accommodation. It is about justice. People living with disability do not need pity. You cannot build a just society while the very same architecture of this institution denied entry to the most marginalized. This is a pure injustice. If indeed the ANC-led government is serious about truly inclusive society, then this legislature chamber must become a model of what inclusive looks like in practice, not just in speeches. How can we draw laws on inclusion, disability right, and equality in a space that is itself exclusionary? It is a contradiction we can no longer ignore. Speaker, there is no freedom in theory without freedom in infrastructure. This space must liberate, not confine. This inaccessibility by people living with disability undermines the legitimacy of the legislative process that takes place in this chamber, because it does not give equal standing to all members of society. Speaker, democracy cannot thrive in a space that is structurally unjust. It is the duty of this House to ensure that no citizen, whether visitor or civil servant or elected representative, is prevented from participating because of physical barrier. Budget allocation must reflect moral priority. If the government can fund security upgrades and ceremony like SOPA, it can certainly fund accessibility. It is not a matter of resource, but a political will. As the EFF, we maintain that the precinct needs to be revamped, allow for easy access to people living with disability. The transformation must include ramps, braille, and tactile signage, hearing loops, accessible restrooms, and fully inclusive seating arrangement, not as extra but as essentials. Let this legislature lead by example. Let us set a national benchmark for accessibility and inclusion so that every other institution, public and private, follow suit. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malachi. Our next speaker on the list is Honorable T.S. Mavimbela, 8 minutes.
Madam Speaker, honorable members of the Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Section 9, provides for equality and not discrimination. Section 10 of the Constitution also upholds the right to dignity for all persons living in South Africa. During the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Mpumalanga Branch workshop held on the 19th of May 2025 at Elias Gininza House, I was accorded an opportunity to make a presentation on building inclusive legislatures for persons with disabilities. It was during that workshop where I asked the members who were in attendance whether we have collectively been able to ask ourselves whether our institutions are responsive to the diverse needs of persons with disabilities. For the benefit of those who were missing in action, I wish to put it clear that all members agreed that we need to pragmatically, without any form of grandstanding, prioritize transforming all public institutions to accommodate the needs for people with disabilities. It was on that day that we referred to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which it directs all its signatories, including South Africa, to take appropriate measures to ensure equal access to the physical environment for people with disabilities. Madam Speaker, we therefore need to continuously take appropriate action to ensure equal access to the legislature. However, Honorable Speaker, inclusivity is not only limited to revamp of physical infrastructure, but extends to altitude, representativity, involvement, and change of mindset. If we only limit our demand for change, we shall find ourselves miles behind the global perspective on creation of inclusive institutions in South Africa. The first step is conducting assessment of all government buildings and the legislature on whether they are sufficiently accommodating people with disabilities. We must procure technologies favorable for persons with disabilities in the legislature, including Braille. Madam Speaker, the legislature and government must enforce employment equity and increase the percentage of persons with disabilities employed in the province beyond the 2% quotas. Our institutions must be disability sensitized. This means that we must use our oversight mechanism to assess the state of readiness for persons with our disabilities through our committees. We must ensure that the legislature, all provincial departments and local municipalities allocate resources to increase access and ensure inclusive of persons with disabilities. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I challenge all political parties in this House who claim to advancing the voice of persons with disabilities to practically demonstrate such by doing the following. 1, increase the number of persons with disabilities in their party list. 2, elect persons with disabilities in their leadership structures. Stop treating us like tokens, but demonstrate equal recognition and respect to people with disabilities. Nothing about us without us.
Thank you very much.
I want to caution this august House that everyone has a chance of becoming a person with disability as they grow older. Loss of eyesight, amputation of limbs, loss of hearing, etc. Disability does not have color. It is not influenced by wealth or level of income. It can happen to anyone. Therefore, our society must be disability sensitized and all the stigmas must be taken away. The African National Congress calls on the legislature and government departments in Mpumalanga to take all the appropriate measures to ensure equal access to the physical environment for people with disabilities. As we do that, we should work glove in hand with the people with disabilities and ensure that their voice is heard. No one is doing the person with disabilities a favor. All the things we demand and those we must do and provide within our rights and not privileges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mafimbela. Our next speaker on our list is Honorable NC Pungane Mthweni. 5 minutes.
You must fix the issue of the stage fright for that honorable member.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the legislature, distinguished guests. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the EFF for raising this important topic of considering the revamping and partitioning the government precinct to accommodate people with disabilities. The current state of our facilities is disappointing and concerning, as they are excluding people with disabilities and violate their basic human rights. This exclusion may take many forms, including 1, physical barriers. This will include the inaccessibility buildings, lack of ramps, and inadequate seating arrangements, which can prevent people with disabilities from fully participating in public files. 2, social barriers. The stigma, stereotype, and lack of understanding can lead to marginalization and exclusion of people with disabilities. 3, systematic barriers. This is very broad and it includes policies and procedures which can inadvertently discriminate against people with disabilities, limiting their access to services and opportunities. Honorable Speaker, as Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we support a revamping and partitioning of the legislature, as this will make us a compliance to the deliberate exclusion of people with disabilities in our facilities, and that will be equivalent to the violation of their basic rights, including the right to equality. The right of equality guarantees people with disabilities the right to equal access to services and opportunities. The right to accessibility is very important because it puts emphasis on the design of facilities, including the legislature, to be accessible to all regardless of their ability. Honorable Speaker, as we move towards conclusion, I want us to address these concerns and take immediate action that will improve accessibility, that will include revamping of facilities to ensure that accessibility does not have limitations, especially those that affect people living with disabilities. As we hold public hearings and consultations, we will involve in action research, which will ensure that the voices of submissions of people with disabilities are heard, included in the policies that guide our way forward. We also call upon the respectable House to agree that policies and procedures must be reviewed to ensure that they do not inadvertently discriminate against people with disabilities.
You have 1.5 minutes left.
That is a way which also promotes a culture of inclusion and respect, which will recognize the value and contribution of people with disabilities. As I close, Honorable Speaker, I believe that agreeing to the proposal sponsored by EFF is a step in the right direction, and taking necessary steps, we can work together towards creating a more inclusive and equitable society that value the rights and the dignity of all our people, regardless of their abilities. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mthweni Pungane, or Pungane Mthweni, my apologies. The next speaker on our list is Honorable A.M.M. Weber, 4 minutes.
Am I audible? Thank you. Breaking down the barriers to create accessibility for people living with disability in Mpumalanga. Persons with disabilities include those who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairments, which in interaction with various barriers may hinder their full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with others. I would like to challenge the Mpumalanga legislator to become the forerunner to inclusivity in the legislative arena, a democracy that includes people with disabilities in all facets of life. As government, we are a role model to the whole of society in the province. We need to recognize that the representation of persons with disabilities must increase in the legislature. That direction must come from the leadership in the legislature, through the policies and implementation thereof. The legislation must be inclusive and should be budgeted for. It is concerning that the Premier's office was unable to support a single business owned by a person with disability this whole financial year. Similarly, the Department of Health has less than 1% of people with disability in their workforce. This then raises the question, is our legislator equipped to accommodate people with disabilities? Does the legislator currently have the following: signage, disabled toilets, accessible routes, ramps, appropriate stair and handrails, wheelchair circulation space inside and outside, emergency egress? It should be a priority of provincial government to ensure that the legislature and government buildings, municipalities, public places, business as a whole is accessible and safe, giving equal opportunity and equal rights for persons with disabilities. The infrastructure of the legislature should be upgraded as soon as possible. When we practice what we preach, we can expect all business and civil society to follow our lead and become all-inclusive. What is the attitude of the Mpumalanga government about the needs of disabled people? It took 14 years to identify a site to establish the school for the deaf and blind. The area was agreed upon in September 2024, but yet not a single brick has been laid. The school will take 8 to 10 years to build, so if you are in grade 3 this year, you will complete your grade 12, even before the school has been completed. Our 19 special needs schools are grossly discriminated against and are unequal to the mainstream schools in province. For example, Mpumalanga's 6
You now
boarding
left
schools
with 1.5
for
minutes.
mainstream learners are all no-fee schools, and the Department of Agriculture is responsible for the provision of food. 9 special schools are also boarding schools, but they do not receive the food from the Department of Agriculture. How many of the all-inclusive schools have the proper infrastructure to accommodate our learners with disabilities? Not to mention the fact that people living with mental disorders have nowhere to go for help in Mpumalanga. There is no dedicated government facility that can assist with mental health condition. Why do we not have a hospital to assist them? Once again, our residents are expected to go to nearby provinces for assistance. The legislator needs to become the example on ensuring inclusivity in our province. A community is known by how they take care of their vulnerable. The same can be said of a province is known by how they take care of their vulnerable people in their communities. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Weber. Our next speaker on the list is Honorable W.L. Weber. 4 minutes.
Madam Speaker, despite me falling here, I'm not disabled yet. Madam Speaker, nobody knows disablement more than I do. My wife was disabled. We lived with that for more than 30 years. I promised in this house that I will attend to her, nobody else. I will attend to her until she dies. I kept my promise. Umfazi wami beqhalile. Nganithembisa nina nonke. Kodwa mina ngizawugcina mina ngoba Madam Speaker, I just want to decolonize this chamber, but I'm not going to use a colonial language. Ngithe ngizawugcina mina. sake sakwenza ngizange ngimlahle ngimgcine mina ukuze ashone manje songishiyile mina kodwa ngalesikhathi simsiza nababanye bebengibambisa amadodana wami bebengisiza nabo nalaba abasebenza lapha lapha legislator Rita van der Berg Landy Willemsen Nadine Kruger nabo befaka isandla ukuthi simsize manje songishiyile lo mfazi wami lo bengimthanda kangaka songishiyile manje kodwa inhliziyo yami ilula ngoba mina angizange ngimlahle ngimgcine ukuthi ashone ushone ekhaya lami angizange ngimlahle nani nibokwenza kanjalo bakhona umuntu ongazange ayizenzele kodwa mayekhwalile simgcine sonke singabalahle siyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Weber. Our next speaker on the list is Honorable F.T. Mashiane. 4 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, in absentia, members of the legislature, I rise today in full support of the motion brought by the EFF regarding the shameful inaccessibility of this legislature precinct to persons living with disabilities. Let us not mince our words. The very institution that is meant to represent all the people of Mpumalanga, including those living with disabilities, has structurally excluded them. And it did so not by accident, but by design. The current state of this precinct reflects the failure of both planning and political will. It is 2025, yet our democratic institution remains a barrier to full participation for people with disabilities. There are no proper ramps, no dignified lifts, no reserved seating inside the chamber, and no accessible restrooms or support infrastructure for those who require mobility assistance. A glaring example is that of the newly appointed DG of the province, a highly capable and accomplished woman who uses a wheelchair, who cannot physically accept the very seat that is rightfully belongs to her in this legislature. This is not only a technical or logistical failure, it is a gross violation of her dignity, her rights, and her ability to perform her duties at the highest level. What message are we sending to the thousands of people living with disabilities in our province, when even those at the top are not accommodated, that their worth is conditional, that their inclusion is optional? We must remind ourselves of Section 9 of the Constitution, which guarantees equality and prohibits unfair discrimination on the basis of disability. We must recall the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which South Africa ratified in 2007. Action SA believes in a society that is inclusive, accessible, and just. We therefore support the call for the urgent revamping and restructuring of this legislature precinct to ensure full universal access to the chamber and all key facilities, install wheelchair-friendly infrastructure, including elevators, ramps, and properly allocated seating. Make provision for sign language interpretation, hearing loops, and screen-readable documentation, and embed disability access into every new renovation, committee room, or public gallery in this institution. This is not charity. This is justice. This is not a favor. It is a constitutional obligation. Honorable Speaker, if our own precinct cannot reflect the values
You
of
have less than a
inclusion
minute left.
and equality, how can we even claim to be leaders in building an accessible province for all? Let us put an end to the era of inaccessibility. Let us do what is right, not what is convenient. Let us make this legislature a true people's house, one that every citizen, regardless of physical ability, can enter, participate in, and belong to. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mashiane. Our next speaker on the list is Honorable T.G. Skosana.
Speaker.
Is it Fenyani?
Yes. Honorable Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I just want to raise this matter. You have called Honorable Fenyane But check the timer now. It has already started counting. He hasn't taken the podium yet. Is it that how it's supposed to be done?
No. Normally they correct it. When you start working, start talking, then they set it up.
It didn't happen like
Just
that.
check
We were
it.
watching it during Honorable Mashiane.
Just check it.
It will just start doing that now as you are speaking.
I
but
have
it
been,
didn't,
I have
it
been
didn't happen
checking
like
it.
that.
I think I have been checking it. My apologies. I think
Problem ukuthi utsandza kuba defensive.
No. Honorable Mkhabela, stop it.
Ukusho ukuthi
stop
I've
it.
noted, will correct.
Stop it.
Your
No,
problem
no,
is
no,
being
it is not
defensive, and
correct.
that is wrong.
Can I request you, Honorable Mkhabela?
Ungakwati.
No, angikwati.
Don't be defensive.
Can you then-
Appreciate that we are highlighting that matter to you.
Can
We
you
are
then sit
sitting
down?
here, we've been seeing that happening. Hence, we decided to raise it now so that it cannot continue like that.
Honorable Mkhabela.
Yes, ma'am.
Sometimes when I keep quiet, it's not like because I don't want to talk. I'm saying because I might have missed the one for for Honorable Mashiane. I have been checking it, that all the time they would try, when the person stands, they then set it up. I don't think there's a crisis in what you are saying and what you are saying. Honorable Fenyane.
Siyabonga Speaker. Honorable Speaker, members of the legislature, fellow Mpumalanga people. Honorable Speaker, the legislature should play a crucial role in promoting and protecting the rights of people, especially the people with disabilities. It is against this background that MKP supports the call to have the legislature revamped and petitioned for easy access for the people with disabilities. Honorable members, ensuring accessibility for people with disability is a matter of human rights and dignity. Our legislature precinct should be revamped and petitioned to provide equal access to all citizens, regardless of their abilities. This includes installing ramps, elevators, and accessible restrooms. Some people may argue that while accessibility is crucial, we must consider the financial implication of such project of revamping the legislature precinct, as it will require significant funding. Whilst others can argue on the cost of the project, we should acknowledge that benefits revamping and petitioning the legislature far outweighs the cost implications. By making legislature precinct accessible, we can ensure that people with disabilities can fully participate in the democratic process. This is just a matter of compliance with the laws of this land. It is important promoting inclusivity and also equality. Some reasons why it is important to support the revamping and petitioning of the legislature, besides setting the tone for all government facilities, is as follows. Increased participation. With these disability-friendly buildings, it ensures that people with disability get equal access to services, opportunities, experiences, and participate fully in public life, education, and employment. Honorable Speaker, we therefore call upon the legislature to adhere to key principles. Respect, number one, respect for human dignity. Encourage treatment of individuals, including people with disabilities, with dignity and respect at all times. Conducting oversight to ensure compliance and disability rights laws and policies. Number two, participation and inclusion. Support and encourage members of the public and community organizations to actively participate and be included in legislative processes. We also need to ensure that legislative buildings and proceedings and services are accessible to people with disabilities. Also, accountability and transparency. As legislatures, we are duly bound to ensure transparency and accountability in the legislative decision-making processes. The public hearing and consultation should be conducted to ensure that voices for the people with disabilities are heard and acted upon. Honorable Speaker, in closing, I want to emphasize that revamping and petitioning our buildings to be friendly to people with disabilities will surely create a more inclusive and equitable society that values the contribution and participation of all individuals. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fenyane. Our next speaker on the list is Honorable T. Marshall.
Honourable Speaker, we stand here today under the banner of a beautiful constitution, a document that promises equality, dignity and freedom for all. On paper, our constitution is a beacon of justice, but in practice, for people with disabilities, it too often becomes a hollow promise. The very government entrusted with the sacred duty of protecting the rights of our citizens, including the disabled. It's the same government that fails them. How? Through systemic negligence, underfunded programs, inaccessible infrastructure, and discriminatory policies. Let's be clear. Discrimination is not always loud or violent. Sometimes it's silent. It's the lack of wheelchair ramps in government buildings. It's the absence of sign language interpreters at public events. It's the refusal to hire qualified individuals with disabilities because of outdated stereotypes. These are acts of discrimination because they deny people with disabilities equal access to the very same rights the Constitution guarantees. Studies show that people with disabilities face unemployment rates that are twice as high as the national average. Why? Because many employers, including government institutions, continue to see disability as incapacity, instead of recognizing the full potential of these individuals when they are given proper accommodations. Even access to education is often denied. Despite constitutional promises, schools may lack the resources or willingness to provide inclusive education, forcing many children with disabilities out of mainstream learning environments. These exclusions perpetuate cycles of poverty and marginalization. The tragedy is that many of these failures are preventable. The government has both the legal and moral obligation to not only refrain from discrimination.
You have less than 1.5 minutes left.
But to actively create an environment where people with disabilities can thrive. Yet, too often, their needs are treated as secondary, as optional, as burdens, rather than rights. So yes, we may have a beautiful constitution, full of inspiring words, but beauty without action is meaningless. If our government does not uphold the rights of every citizen, especially the disabled, that beautiful constitution becomes nothing more than ink on paper. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Marshall. Our next speaker now in our list is Honorable BK Mweketsi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, our Deputy Speaker, honorable members of the Executive Council, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Honorable Speaker, I wish to commence by defending the integrity and the dignity of this constituency represented by the Department of Social Development. I begin by correcting a common but misstatement often heard in this august house that it is not people living with disability, but rather people or persons with disability. While the difference in phrasing may seem minor, it carries profound significance. The term people with disability emphasizes personhood first. It affirms the humanity and identity of individuals before referencing their disability.
It avoids the implications that disability is an external condition, merely endured or carried, and instead frames it as one aspect of a whole person. This distinction, Honorable Speaker, is not merely semantic. It reflects values-based approach to inclusion, respect, and empowerment. Language shapes perception, and in the work of social development, perception shapes policy, dignity, and ultimate justice. Honorable Speaker, globally, about 16% of the population has some form of disability. In Africa, the World Health Organization estimates that around 15% of the population has a disability. In South Africa specifically, approximately 70% of our legislature process is accessible, inclusive, and welcoming to all. It must be noted that we are aware of the necessary refurbishment required for this legislature. We just need to act swiftly. We must build on the progressive strides made by our government and ensure that our legislature meets the standards of equity, dignity, and functionality expected in a democratic society, one that has enshrined the right of people with disability in our constitution, our legislation, and our international commitments, including the UN Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disability. Honorable Speaker, leaders such as Maria Rantu, a pioneer South African disability rights activist and the first wheelchair user elected to the National Assembly, would undoubtedly urge us to do better in promoting the inclusion of people with disability. Her legacy reminds us of the importance that revamping a strategic and partitioning of the legislature process is not merely about installing a few ramps. It is about reimagining access, creating a legislative environment that embodies universal design, one that anticipates and accommodates a diverse range of human ability and needs. Honorable Speaker, South Africa has robust legislation that protects the rights of persons with disability. The Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, the White Paper on the Rights of Persons with Disability, and Chapter 2 of the Constitution itself. We also have a duty under the Sustainable Development Goals to ensure that no one is left behind. Honorable Speaker, it must also be acknowledged that significant strides have been made and recorded in creating government and public spaces that are user-friendly for persons or people with disability. Many key buildings such as Parliament, various departments, public hospitals, libraries and transport facilities, future ramps, elevators, accessible restrooms and assistive services. Municipal offices, police stations, schools and public parks are also increasingly designed with universal accessibility in mind, ensuring that our people with a wide range of ability can access essential services and participate fully in public life. Honorable Speaker, I have no doubt in mind that with the caring government and the listening government as led by the African National Congress in supporting of this motion, the critical need to revamp, petition and legislative process to improve accessibility for people with disability will be effectively addressed within a reasonable time frame. The commitment of the ANC, inclusivity and social justice ensures that no South African is left behind. And this government will take decisive action to transform public spaces into environments that are welcoming and accessible to all. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, we are not only upholding the rights of people with disability, but also reinforce our dedication to
You
a
have
truly
less than 1.5
representative
minutes left.
and participatory democracy. Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress has a long-standing history advocating to ensure that public buildings are user-friendly to people with disability, including the frequent use of sign language and Braille. This is a commitment, Honorable Speaker, that we dare not fail to achieve, for it carries the weight of our shared responsibility, the hopes of future generations, and the urgent need for meaningful action. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Emisi. We're now calling upon our last speaker on our list, Honorable MC Sedibe. You have 6 minutes.
It's too late, but thank you, Honorable Speaker. Well, let me start by appreciating that all the speakers who spoke here, they are supporting the motion that this legislature precinct must be revamped. We appreciate that to almost all the members who have spoken, including Honorable Mafimbela of the ANC, except that uthi sizenza ngcono. And asizenzi ngcono, Honorable Mafimbela, we are fighting for you as well, because we have raised this matter because we are concerned about persons living with disability. And a person who also uses a stick like you is a person who's living with disability. So angeke sikwazi ukuzenza ngcono through people or persons, so to say, as the Honorable MC Muketi corrected us, living with disability. So please mind your language even when you agree, because there were people in this house before you, very arrogant, and today they are not here. Labanye ngeke usababona nokuthi beba member ale legislature. Babhayele ngaphandle ngai arrogance, because politics will humble you. The days of arrogance are over. When you talk, you must also mind the 1% that make you a majority. We are no longer a majority. Mind your language. Now, Honorable Speaker, let us be reminded once again that access is a constitutional right, yet here in Mpumalanga we continue to treat accessibility as an afterthought. We must acknowledge all the times that physical structure of public building is a political statement in itself. And when that structure is exclusive, the message it sends is clear: we are not welcome here. Honorable Speaker, when our people from Kondo, Emalahleni and Kavenipegi cannot enter the very institution that governs them, we must admit that government has failed in upholding the democratic promise of inclusion. The legislature precinct is unwelcoming to people living with, or persons living with disabilities, despite being at heart of a province rich with diversity and democratic aspirations. You speak loudly about equality, but how do we reconcile that with the legislature precinct that cannot even guarantee entry to wheelchair users of the blind? Honorable Speaker, the current structure of this legislature chamber lacks basic provisions, no proper signage for the visually impaired, not dignified access points. We have upgraded malls in Bushbuck Ridge and Emalahleni, upgraded parking lots just right here in the Riverside Mall, but our legislature, the very symbol of people's power, remains stuck in the past, inaccessible and exclusionary. This is indeed democratic silencing. If a person cannot enter the space where decisions are made, then they are functionally excluded from shaping those decisions. Our schools are trying to incorporate universal access, but how do you justify asking them to do so when this very house does not practice what it preaches? Speaker, it is not far-fetched demand to say that citizens from places like Emere, Barberton and Sabi must be able to attend legislative sittings with dignity. They cannot if access is denied by design. Local NGOs have submitted complaints over the years about government buildings that are not compliant. Why have the government not acted? When members of the public want to observe proceedings, many are turned away not by law, but by stairs, narrow doors, and inaccessible facilities. This is exclusion in its most silent and cruel form. In 2024, the Department of Public Works allocated not a legislature not be remembered like the old magistrate courts of apartheid era, where some people were told that they don't belong there. We do not want to be part of exclusion under democratic flag. Let this legislature not be remembered as a monument to selective inclusion, but as a living example of how justice is made real through infrastructure. I thank you, Speaker, and thank you for all the parties to support the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sedibe. Yeah, we have come to the end of our speakers list. All members have spoken. Now the question before this House, honorable members, is whether we agree to adopt this motion as tabled by Honorable Sedibe.
Agreed.
As so, V. Mlombo, allocated 5 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to greet you, greet the Deputy Speaker, the Chief Whip, all honorable members in this provincial legislature, the media, and our guests. Honorable Speaker, I stand here with pride and appreciation as this August House joins millions and millions of progressive people across the globe to celebrate what we call Workers' Day, which is well known as May Day, which is celebrated on the first day of March of each and every year. On this day, Honorable Speaker, we pledge our unconditional solidarity with all workers across the globe as they continue to confront capital and deal with the challenges that affect them at the workplace. Challenges like better working conditions, improvement in their salaries, safety at the workplace, availability of working tools, etc., etc. This Workers' Day, Honorable Speaker, is the day to recognize the real motive forces of any revolution, those who stand to benefit from the success of any revolution, those who do not own the means of production, those who survive from selling their labor, those who are on daily basis at the cold face of class antagonism, the real productive forces and the real locomotives for change. Those are the mine workers, the industrial workers, the farm workers, the domestic workers, the security workers, the workers in the commercial sector, etc., etc. On this day, Honorable Speaker, we, the African National Government, which is the government of the people, by the people, for the people, make a reaffirmation and commitment to the workers of this country and this province that, number one, we will deliver a better life for all the people. In this regard, we make a commitment to ensure that all those who do not have shelter will be provided with shelter. All those who are hungry will be provided with full social protection. All children of school-going age will receive basic education. Those who are sick and vulnerable will receive free and accessible basic health care. Number two, we make a commitment to defend all the transformative laws against the neoliberal offensive. In this regard, we commit to the workers of this province that we will defend all laws that benefit the workers and the working class in general. We shall defend the national health insurance from the brutality of the monopoly capital, who is the enemy of the working class. We shall defend the Bella Act from those who are totally against transformation. We shall defend the Land Expropriation Act from those who do not want the implementation.
You have 1 minute left, Honorable.
Of the transformative land tenure.
And lastly, we will strive for microeconomic stability. In this regard, as we advance the struggle for workers, we shall introduce policies that will benefit the working class and the poor. We shall expand the presidential employment stimulus in order to create jobs for the youth and all those who are employed. We shall gradually introduce the basic income grant to ensure that those who do not have work have financial stimulus. We shall protect the workers of this province and this country against neoliberal policies and imperialist policies. We will do that because we are the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. We therefore wish the workers of this country and this province and all workers across the globe a happy Workers' Month and beyond the May Day. We thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mlombo. The next speaker on our list is Honorable J.E. Lukele. You have 6
Honorable
minutes.
Speaker, members of the legislature, the community of Mpumalanga, and all the unemployed and suffering workers of Mpumalanga Sanibonani. Honorable Speaker, Workers' Day is normally celebrated on the 1st of May, not March, and it holds significant importance in South Africa, reflecting the country's history, struggles, and ongoing efforts to improve the workers' rights and condition. However, the above preambles represent an ideal situation. However, in this day and age, Workers' Day has turned into a cruel joke. For decades, we've been fed empty slogans about workers' solidarity, while the following is happening, and right here at home. Mines closing down, over 1,000 of jobs lost at Optimum, municipalities collapsing, no water, no electricity, just looting. Our youth rot in unemployment at 46.1%, jobless, yet we sing and dance every May 1. Umkhonto weSizwe is no more, says no more. We refuse to celebrate failures. We are really what are we really celebrating? Let us expose the truth. Workers' Day is just a theater of ANC. Okay? They try white monopoly capital, but where are the black industrialists? What have we done to create space for black industrialists in our province? We blame apartheid, yet Rwanda and Botswana outpace us in tourism and agro-processing. We export raw materials, minerals, crops, while eating imported goods. We are a province of a middleman, not makers. Everywhere there's decay and lots of excuses. Nature reserves rotting while Zimbabwe builds luxurious lodges. Municipalities bankrupt, yet mayors drive BMWs to Workers' Day rallies. Mines close, yet no plan to repurpose them for jobs. Honorable Speaker, how dare we celebrate when our people are suffering? Cancel Workers' Day celebration, fund jobs. Let's fund jobs. MK demands real action. Let's end the circus. Cancel all Workers' Day celebrations, no more marches, t-shirts, or VIP tents. They don't produce workers. Redirect every rent to industrial hubs. Coal to fertilizer plants. Agro-processing, and all necessary job creation activities in the province.
Municipal cleanups, pay the unemployed to fix potholes and
Honorable
pipes.
Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Squakwa. Sorry, kancane, Honorable Lukele. Honorable Squakwa.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Does the member prepare to take a question?
I beg yours.
I just asking that the member is prepared to take a question.
Are you prepared to?
My time.
Wait, honorable members. Honorable members. Wait. Allow me to run this meeting. Are you willing to take a question?
No, Madam Speaker.
Okay, you can continue.
Thank you. Let's seize the idle assets. Take back abandoned mines and nature reserves. Hand them to workers co-op with strict targets. Transform Kruger's Gate into an eco-tourist hub like Botswana hunting concessions. Arrest all corrupt officials who stole infrastructure funds.
You have less.
Don't suspend them.
With less than 1.5 minutes.
Audit every cent wasted on Workers' Day circus. Honorable members, the MK doesn't want speeches. We want revolution. Ban the Workers' Day t-shirts. Sack the lazy officials. Rebuild Mpumalanga with jobs, not slogans. The people are watching. It will depend on you whether we will keep clapping hands or we will act. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Lukele. Honorable Masango.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm just checking if when a member is on the podium and is speaking or she's speaking and someone calls for a point of order, I think it's just appropriate that we stop the watch because we are wasting his or her own time, and then the watch should be stopped, then resume at the right time. Otherwise, we'll be misusing this thing with unnecessary point of orders, and the member can't speak.
Thank you, Honorable Masango. I think that is being noted. It was stopped. I didn't see it. Not a problem. Honorable Ndlovu, I take a note of what Honorable Masango is saying. I didn't see whether it was stopped, but we are taking note, Honorable Masango, that is being taken care of. Yes. Yeah. Honorable members, we are continuing with our sitting. We are now calling upon our third speaker on our list, Honorable R. Chibi, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I was so disturbed by the first speaker. I was confusing him with Mlambo, but it's Mlombo. Vele is Mlombo, because if it was Mlambo means Chibi. Chibi people, they don't sell workers. Speaker, it's very disappointing that the speaker have totally agreed that they sell the workers, because it's always we shall. It means that for the past 8 years, they didn't do anything for the workers. Thank you for him to accept that they've done nothing for the workers. Honorable Speaker, this year exactly marks 13 years since the South African Police Services opened fire on the group of striking mine workers from Loliman Platinum Mine in Marikana, brutally killed 34 and injured 78. These workers were on peaceful strike, demanding better wages and human working conditions. Instead of engaging with the grievances, the ANC-led government responded with brutality. We remind you with this event because it serves as a stark reminder to all of us that the ANC-led government will always prioritize profit over the well-being of its workforce. Speaker, we do not celebrate Workers' Day, we commemorate it. We acknowledge and honor the workers of this country, not because their condition have improved, but because their suffering continues in silence. We do not celebrate Workers' Day because workers are respected or valued, but precisely because they are not. They died like animals without compensation, without justice, without dignity, and the ANC-led government watched in silence, unmoved and unbothered. Speaker, healthcare workers in Temba Hospital, Kwamhlanga Hospital, Clarinet Clinic have been insulted, and healthcare workers from Evander Hospital is still missing, along with a vehicle since December 2023. Miss Francina Maluleke, a farm worker in Groblersdal, was shot with a rubber bullet during protest for fair wages. She opened attempt murder case. No arrests have been made. Another worker, Posha Mukhabudi, was run over by a vehicle during the same protest. This is the price workers pay for asking to be treated like human beings. Workers in Koma's local municipality are denied payment for overtime during the holidays, yet officials sleep peacefully with workers starving. Mr. Trifina Mgemezulu was mauled by 6 dogs of her employer at her workplace. Her family only learned about the death after 3 days. This is not only a labor rights issue, but also a criminal against humanity. 4 security officers were shot down in Bushbuckridge local municipality, alleged by a tenderpreneur who refused to grant them employment contracts. This is a daily result of corruption, exploitation, and tender system led by the ANC-led government. Workers in Sonoma Farm in Komarport are being denied a sick leave, public holidays, and unions rise. They are forced to live in dilapidated housing infected with rats while paying $500 per month. Speaker, how we expect to celebrate Workers' Day when farm workers in this province are not even registered with UIF Insurance Fund or compensation of Occupational Injuries and Disease Act?
Less than 1.5 minutes left.
How can we celebrate Workers' Day when little to no regard is given to the safety and dignity of workers, when our people are still being paid below normal national minimum wage? We will never celebrate Workers' Day in this province and country, where workers are no longer seen as human rights but tool to be used, overworked and unpaid. We will never celebrate well thousands and special youth in Komazi, Emalahleni, and Bushbuckridge sit at home unemployed with no hope, no income, and no future. Speaker, let me make this categorically clear that it's only EFF that has the political will to create jobs and pass legislation to enforce minimum wage of 4,500 per month for all full-time workers. It only is the EFF that has the political will to increase salaries and mine workers, teachers, nurses, police, soldiers, correctional service, domestic workers, and all general laborers. But for now, we'll take the fight to the ground, to farm, to factories, to hospital, to mines, because the year of picket lines, economic dignity is not negotiable. We will close the gaps between the high paid and the lowest paid, not through boardroom negotiations, but collective action, mass mobilization, and relentless struggle. We will ensure that workers are treated dignity, receive fair wages, and we will continue to fight for the workers' rights and champion economic justice for all our people without compromise or without fear of favor. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Our next speaker on the list, Honorable T.R. Nkonyane.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier in his absentia, members of the Provincial Executive Council, and members of this August House. Honorable Speaker, it is indeed a great honor to be part of this debate on Workers' Day. The detractors of our historical reality will normally say history doesn't matter. I reservedly differ with that notion, and I wish to stand firm with my convictions that it does matter. If it was not about our history, the concept of transformation as part of our daily vocabulary would be null and void, but unfortunately, it is legally valid. Honorable Speaker, ngivumele ngiyibeke ngomageba ukuze izozwakala kahle. Somlomo, as we celebrate i-Workers' Day, ngicela singakhohlwa ngabasebenzi basemafama abasahola umholo ongaphansi kwe-minimum wage, abangavumelekile ukuhlala emakhaya noma bagula banayo nencwadi eqinisekisayo ukuthi bayagula, basadonselwa imiholo yabo ngokungemthetho. Somlomo basathathelwa imali ye-uniform emholweni yabo, basetshenziswa ama-overtime ngama-public holidays, ngamanye amalanga bayakhokhelwa, ngamanye amalanga bakhokhelwa. Somlomo basagitshezwa emva kwamaveni, kumakhaza, kunomoya lina. Singakhohlwa somlomo nokuthi kunabantu besifazane abasabukelelwa phansi ngenxa yokuthi bangabantu besifazane baholelwa nemali encane. Honorable Speaker, I wish to encourage Workers' Union to embark on a roadshow and visit establishments such as retail sectors, farmers, etc., to ascertain whether employees are affiliated or are affiliates of Workers' Union. Honorable Speaker, I am recommending that as honorable members, we also embark on visiting to some or most of the work environment within our constituency to get an understanding of what's happening in the workplace, whether employees are part of the trade unions, what are their working conditions, and are they...
Okay, Honorable Kancane, Honorable Ndlovu.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to ask the Honorable if she's ready to take questions.
Are you?
No, I'm not, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Continue.
This will assist in ensuring that we bring the necessary institutions such as Workers' Union and CCMAs on board to ensure that labor rights are adhered to, and both employer and employees operate in a healthy and productive environment. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Konyane.
Yeah,
Our
good speech, but all under the ruling party for 31 years.
Honorable Sedibe, who gave you an opportunity to speak now? Honorable Marshall, you are the next on the list with 4 minutes. Ndlovu, thulake manje.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today is the 30th of May 2025, and as we look back at the month that has just passed, a month that should have been filled with celebration, gratitude, and the dignity for workers across South Africa, we are instead left with a bitter taste of betrayal and heartbreak. May was meant to be a time when the nation paused to honour the men and women whose hands build our homes, harvest our food, and keep our communities alive. It was supposed to be a month of recognition, a time to tell the stories of ordinary people who do extraordinary things every single day. Instead, for thousands in Mpumalanga, May became a month of fear, hunger, and despair. While the ANC stood on the stages and spoke of progress, 43,000 families in our province were left to face a new harsh reality, the loss of their livelihoods. The Department of Economic Development, entrusted with the hopes of so many, watched as jobs vanished and dreams were shattered. The very people who should have been celebrated were instead abandoned, their voices drowned out by empty promises and political posturing. For the farm workers in Daybreak in Delmas, May was not a month of celebration, but a month of panic and pain. Promised their salaries, they waited in hope, only to be met by empty bank accounts and closed office doors. The days that followed were filled with rumors, uncertainty, and the cold silence from those in power. Rent went unpaid. Children stayed home from school. And the chain of suffering grew longer and longer
Less
with
than 1.5
each
minutes
passing
left.
day. The DA reached out to the mother of agriculture, MEC Shlope, for help. We wrote, we pleaded for intervention by the shareholders. But the response from those who hold the power was nothing but silence. The cries of the hungry, the desperate, and the betrayed, ignored by government that claims to stand for justice and equality. This May, the true story of Workers' Day was not told in speeches or parades. It is written in the tears of mothers who could not feed their children, in the anxiety of fathers who could not provide, in the heartbreak of families left to wonder how they would survive another day. As we close this month, let us not forget the pain that lingers in our communities. Let us remember that the fight for dignity, for fair wages, for justice is far from over. May 2025 will be remembered not for celebrations that never came, but for the courage of the workers in Mpumalanga who refused to be silenced, and for the urgent call to action that still echoes in every corner of our province. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Marshall. Our next speaker on the list is Honorable W.L. Weber. 2 minutes.
Only a colonial language. I want to use an indigenous African language. Let's try. Speaker, ek het met groot belangstelling geluister na al die voorleggings wat hier gemaak is. Ek is van mening dat dit te ver gegaan. Daar kan nie werkers wees as daar nie werkgewers is nie. Daar kan nie werkers wees as daar nie werkgewers is nie. Daar moet 'n balans gevind word. Werkers moet nie uitgebuit word nie, ek stem daarmee saam. Maar aan die ander kant, as jy so ver gaan dat jy die werkgewers vernietig, dan vernietig jy ook die werknemers. En dit is nie op hierdie stadium die ideaal wat ons het nie. Werkgewers en werknemers moet by mekaar kom en kyk, hoe kan die besigheid aangaan? En as die besigheid aangaan, wat is billik vir die werknemers om te kry? What is reasonable? Employers and employees must get together. What is reasonable? Is it possible that we can strike a balance where the business can go on, but on the other hand that the employers are not going to be exploited? That's the ideal that we have. I'm watching the scene in Europe, and I see that there are less strikes there than here, because employers and employees get together and they try to strike a balance where the business can continue, but the workers are not exploited. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Weber. The next speaker on our list is Honorable F.T. Mashiane. Can we then correct the time quickly?
Yeah, but say 1:45, inshallah.
No, you have 2 minutes. You have
Honorable
started.
Speaker, today we honor the workers of South Africa, the people who built, clean, care for, and sustain this country, often under the harshest of conditions. Yet, what should be a day of celebration is instead a solemn reminder of the betrayal of the working class by those in power. Mpumalanga workers are among the most vulnerable. Mine workers exposed to unsafe conditions, EPWP workers paid next to nothing, and farm workers still subjected to exploitative labor reminiscent of apartheid legacy. We have witnessed the heartbreaking dismissal of over 300 workers from Barberton mines. These are breadwinners, parents, and community members whose livelihoods were stripped from them overnight. How do we celebrate Workers' Day in a country where over 42% of our people are unemployed and where millions have given up even looking for jobs? Where municipalities exploit workers through short-term contracts with no benefits and trade unions have become gatekeepers for political patronage. Speaker, Action SA stands for the following: a living wage, not wages, an end of corruption in EPWP and municipal recruitment processes, empowering informal workers with proper recognition and support,
You have 40
holding labor
seconds
brokers
left.
and politically connected contractors as accountable. We must reject a system that celebrates Workers' Day while workers live in poverty. Dignity cannot coexist with exploitation. It is time to build an economy that puts the workers first, not the entrepreneur. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mashiane. We have now our last speaker on this debate, Honorable MC Masilela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me greet yourself, Honorable MECs and Honorable members.
What's happening with time? Apology, MEC. They use the one for Honorable Mashiane. It's 5 minutes. Okay.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Workers' Day in South Africa's honor the role of trade unions and the labor movement in fighting apartheid and building democracy. It reminds us of how labor was once racially exploited, especially in mining and agriculture, as their key industries in Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga is rich in mining, coal and chrome, agriculture and forestry. These sectors rely on thousands of workers who often face tough working conditions. Celebrating Workers' Day is a way to recognize their efforts and demand fair treatment. Despite democracy, issues like wage inequality, unsafe working conditions, and exploitation still affect workers in Mpumalanga. Intent and resolve to maximize job creation, eradicate poverty, and reduce inequality. We have also committed to work with the private sector and our social partners to create jobs for our people and support small enterprise development. Beyond activism, Workers' Day is a crucial day to celebrate the immense contribution of workers to society. From essential service providers to innovators, every aspect of our lives is built upon the labor of countless individuals. Acknowledging this contribution instills dignity in work and fosters a sense of collective appreciation. It's a day to recognize that labor is not merely a commodity, but a fundamental aspect of human flourishing and societal progress. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masilela. Honorable members, this concludes the debate on Workers' Day. Secretary, can you read the second order of the day?
Order number 2, snap debate on Africa Day.
Thank you very much. I also have the speakers list before me. Our first speaker on the list is Honorable S.S. Mahlangu. You have 5 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier in absentia, Honorable MEC, Honorable members and everyone present as well also on various media platforms. It is an honor and privilege to represent the African National Congress on this snap debate on Africa Day. We commemorate Africa Day within the African Union theme, Justice for Africans and People of Africa Descendant Through Reparation. Honorable Speaker, as we celebrate Africa Day, it is always important to reflect on how our African brothers and sisters left our continent to various colonial countries as slaves under harsh and despicable conditions. Some did not make it. Article 4 on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that no one shall be held in slavery or servitude. Slavery and the slave trade shall be prohibited in all their forms. This calls for accountability and reparation on those countries who participated in the slavery of people of African descent. Chairperson of the African Union Commission, H.E. Muhammad Ali Youssef, emphasized on the importance of renewing our resolve for justice, reparation, and a prosperous, inclusive Africa for all its people and the global diaspora. Honorable Speaker, allow me to now turn my focus to the mass paradigm, as it was emphasized by Kwame Nkrumah in his seminar book of 1963. Nkrumah did not say Africa should unite. Instead, he said, Africa must unite in order to be truly independent from colonial rule and imperialism, not to remain impoverished, and we must take advantage of our rich mineral resources for the benefit of African states and its citizens. We must lead, not trail behind in global geopolitical affairs. We must end poverty, inequality, and unemployment. We can only realize that mass paradigm if we wholeheartedly embrace Nkrumah's uncompromised stance on principle. Principle is something indivisible, either wholly kept or wholly sacrificed. A slightest congestion on matters of principle implies the betrayal of principle. This was the highest calling on African leaders to be high-level thinkers, effective doers, and mostly important, to unite African continent. Fellow honorable members, Africa Day should not only be celebrated, it should be a moment of reflection by us public representatives on what have we contributed in improving the livelihoods of Africans. Have our infrastructure as a continent improved? Are we still lagging behind in the industrializing our continent so that we can reduce high rate of unemployment? Are we addressing the social ills, GBV, in our communities? Are we integrating effectively on the strategic fronts? Are we truly a united continent with common goals and vision? Honorable Speaker, these questions demand honest answers. And where we have fallen short, there must be solutions. Africa must integrate and develop its financial system. Develop
1 minute left.
Develop its own financial institution that will fund African countries, and lastly, pursue a single continental currency for strategic advantage. We need to link our minerals wealth to reform financial economies. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, let our celebration of Africa Day be dedicated in improving service delivery, consciously be accountable to the most underprivileged citizens of Africa. Let us take a stock, reflect, and chart a meaningful course ahead. I therefore wish you all purposeful and reflective Africa Day. I thank you. Sengihlala phasi ke somlomo angivuse umoya wamakhosi wekhethu abomabhoko aboshaka uShaka Zulu abongungunyane abalwa ipi yokuvikela umhlaba nokuthathelwa umhlaba wabo bayede.
Thank you, Ndabezitha. Our next speaker on the list is Honorable P.E. Shongwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Africa Day provides us with the opportunity to celebrate our continent's rich cultural heritage and diversity. It reminds us of our shared history, values, and aspiration. We therefore must prioritize initiatives that promote African unity, economic development, and cultural exchange. While Africa Day is a celebration, we must acknowledge the challenges facing our continent. Poverty, inequality, and limited access to education and healthcare hinders our progress. We need to address these issues through targeted policies and investments. These initiatives are crucial, but we must also address the systematic challenges. We need to ensure that our policies and investments benefit all Africans, particularly the most vulnerable population. President Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso also emphasized themes that are in support of Africa Days, like Africa unity, sovereignty, and the importance of youth in shaping the continent's future. Some key points raised by President Traore resonates with African Days celebration are as follows: African unity and sovereignty. President Traore advocates Africa unity, economic independence, and the reclamation of sovereignty. He promotes the importance of African leaders taking charge of their own destiny and making decisions that should benefit their people in Africa. Youth empowerment. The importance of the need for young Africans to harness their energy to effect positive change can never be overemphasized. The need for integration, security, peace, and development. On the International Youth Day, President Traore encouraged youth people to use their strengths to change the world and avoid vices like cowardice, betrayal, incompetence, and the belief are exploited, and the beliefs are exploited by the imperialist, anti-imperialist. There is a great need for Africa to break free from the imperialist influence and to stand firm in the face of adversity. President Traore praises partnership that support African development, such as that with Russia, and encourage African heads of states to prioritize self-sufficiency. Honorable Speaker, I also wish to share the views of the President of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Zuma. In relation to the African Day, President Jacob Zuma continued to emphasize the importance of unity among African nations, citing the African Union, AU, as the example of collective efforts to address continental challenges. President Zuma and Umkhonto weSizwe believes that African Day is an opportunity to reflect on progress. We need to acknowledge that the strides made in advancing peace, stability, democracy, and sustainable developments. We need to celebrate unity, put more emphasis on the noble goal of African unity as envisaged by the founding leaders of the Organization of African Unity. Promote economic growth. All African leaders should encourage increased inter-African trade and rapid industrialization and stimulate economic growth throughout Africa. That will go hand in glove with the promotion of good governance, accountability, and transparency in African nations.
1.5 minutes left.
Also highlighted as important in this significant African identity, which promotes taking pride in African heritage, culture, and value, global governance reform, and utilizing platforms like AU Summit, deliberate on reforming global governance institutions like United States. What is most critical is and championed by President Zuma is women's empowerment, an initiative that promotes women's development program as reflected in the theme of the 25th AU Summit. As I close, Honorable Speaker, we can acknowledge the challenges and work towards sustainable solution as a country. Let us prioritize the needs of all Africans and promote development that benefits everyone. By working together, we can build a brighter brighter future for Africa. Honorable Speaker, allow me to share one quote by our own mom, Miriam Makeba. Open quote, Africa has her mysteries, and even a wise man cannot understand them, but a wise man respects them. And I also wish to share one quote by Ali Mazri, a Kenyan-born American and a Pan-Africanist. You are not a country, open quote, you are not a country, Africa. You are a concept. You are not a concept, Africa. You are a glimpse
Your time
of the
is
infinite.
exhausted.
Close quote. I thank you,
Thank you,
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Shongwe. I'm now calling upon Honorable NP Mkabela, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow us to begin by sending our greetings to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Freedom Fighters, President Julius Silo Malema, the officials of the EFF, members of the provincial legislature, all leaders and ground forces. This year marks the 62nd anniversary of the founding of the Organization of African Unity in Addis Ababa by African leaders such as Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, Emperor Haile Selassie, and Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, among others, which is globally celebrated as Africa Day. Speaker, Africa Day is not just a moment of celebration to the economic freedom fighters. It is a day to reflect on our progress, confront our challenges, and renew our commitment to building a more equitable and prosperous Africa for present and future generations. It is also a moment of reckoning, a reminder that the fight for true freedom is far from over. It reminds us that it is not yet Uhuru. It reminds us that Africa's future lies not in isolation but in unity. It reminds us that the struggles of a child in Mozambique, a miner in Congo, or a student fighting for opportunities in Emalahleni is one and the same. It reminds us that we may be politically free, but we are still economically imprisoned. Our people are divided by artificial borders, and our resources only benefit the minority. It reminds us that our wealth remains under foreign control. Our land, our minerals, banks, and industries are still largely owned and controlled by foreign interests. It is a stark reminder that the ANC-led government has been perpetuating neo-colonialism, and it's slowly but surely destroying our economic and socio-cultural systems, and our people are paying the price. Honorable Speaker, the painful truth is, as long as this country remains under the leadership of the ANC, the cycle of inequality, poverty, and mass unemployment will never end. The economic freedom fighters remain the only political movement with the will to break the ties of neoliberal agenda and pave a way for true economic liberation for all South Africans. It is only the EFF that has the will to restrict foreign control over key strategic and monopoly industries where the state lacks full ownership. It is only the EFF that has the political will to defend our national sovereignty and keep the wealth of this country within its borders, to serve the people and fuel their development. It is the EFF alone that stands firmly for African unity, not just in words, but in action. We reaffirm our commitment to the emancipation of all marginalized Africans. We therefore stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters who are fighting against oppression, exploitation, and injustice. We are committed to keeping the spirit of Pan-Africanism alive and ensuring that it becomes a driving force for progress across the continent. We call on all Africans to unite in the pursuit of economic liberation.
1.5 minutes
Together,
left.
we must reject the neo-colonial forces that continue to undermine our progress and perpetuate inequality. We urge government across the continent to prioritize the needs of the people, implement progressive economic policies, and foster an environment that encourages innovation, entrepreneurship, and sustainable development. We remain resolute in our pursuit of economic empowerment for all Africans, for one Africa, one currency, and one president, and one military. Let us unite, celebrate our diversity, and collectively work towards a prosperous Africa for all. Until we unite as a continent, we will remain vulnerable to manipulation and exploitation. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mukabela. Our next speaker on our list is Honorable M.N. Mhlongo. You have 5 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, Honorable Speaker, it is my great honor and pleasure to be part of this important debate today. Today I stand here and debate and celebrate African Day, a day that honors the unity, resilience, and rich diversity of our continent. Africa Day commemorates the founding of the Organization of the African Unity on May 25, 1963, now known as the African Union. On this day, leaders from across the continent came together in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia to assert the bold and united vision for Africa, a vision rooted in self-determination, dignity, and collective progress. African Day is an annual celebration that recognizes the continent's progress and potential while also acknowledges the challenges faced by the African nations. Africa Day it is time to reflect on the continent history, including the fight against colonialism and apartheid, and celebrate the progress made towards unity and liberation and development. Africa Day is more than a historical marker, but a reminder that African story is not one of the struggle alone, but the strength, endurance, and continuous transformation. Yes, we have faced challenges from colonial exploitation to modern economic inequality, but let's not forget Africa is rising. We are a continent of over 1.4 billion people, over 60% of whom are under 25. That means potential. That also means innovation, and that means power. Let Africa remind us that we are not defined by poverty or conflict, but by possibilities. By the strength of our people, by our stories and our future, we dare to create. Let us rise and unite. Let us build the Africa we deserve. Let Africa Day be a reminder that if we educate, we empower. If we empower, we elevate. And when Africa's youth rise, Africa rises. Let the spirit of Africa live in our hearts, not just today, but every day. Africa time is not tomorrow, it is now. Long live the spirit of Africa unit. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. We're now calling upon our next speaker, Honorable TMJ Groove Morgan. You have 4 minutes. Yeah, you can run.
On a lighter note, thank you very much. Greetings to the House, Honorable Speaker. As we celebrate Africa Day, I would like to open my statement with a quote from the late Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso. Open quote: "Those who come with wheat, millet, milk, or corn are not helping Africa. Those who really want to help us can give us plows, fertilizers, tractors, watering cans, drills, and dams. That is how we define food aid and self-sustenance." Close quote. Honorable Speaker, the development of Africa would start with the ability of self-sustain and self-determination. Africa is undoubtedly the richest continent in terms of mineral resources and fertile agricultural land. Yet our people are poor, the poorest of the poorest, and they are malnutritioned in this world. How is that possible? We all know the answer. Africans are poor because of exploitation by our former colonial countries in the West. We have known that for years, but it is continuing. We are African heads of state going to rise. When are our African heads of states going to rise and say enough is enough? Honorable Speaker, with all the mineral resources, coastlines, and fertile agricultural land, Africa is probably the only continent in the world that does not need to import anything to survive. Yet we are suffering because we allow our former colonial countries to keep exploiting us. Stating the obvious, Africa does not need the world needs Africa. We need to take bold steps against exploitation of our God-given natural resources. We need to start demanding fair prices for our mineral resources. This is not only about money, but also about pride, dignity, and reminding the world that they depend on Africa's mineral resources. The cobalt in our phones, the batteries of electric vehicles, the gold and the diamonds in our jewelry, the coal, the platinum, the oil, the gas, and the cocoa, etc. Africa needs to equally benefit for these resources and our contribution to the global economic growth and trends. Let us unite as a continent and amplify this truth. African heads of states also need to develop and take care of the youth, and as another way of initiating the real African development. It can never be acceptable that countries like China produce 600,000 young engineers every year, while Africa produces over 2 million young pastors every year. This needs to change. From the school level, we need to introduce our children to technology at a young age by building vibrant training centers where young innovators can learn to build robots, coding games, design circuits, refining mineral resources, and exploration of mechanics. This is not just about learning skills, but also about sparking hope and creativity, showing these kids that they can shape the future of Africa with their own hands. Together we can push for a safer Africa where her children and families thrive, not just survive. It is time for Africa's self-determination and unity. It is time to show the world what we are capable of. It is also important for us as South Africa to renew our Pan-African solidarity and ties with other African countries. The likes of Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali are paving the way. We would be naive to dismiss and ignore the African revolution undertaken by the young leaders of the Sahel region. They are on to something big. Honorable Speaker, together as a united Africa, we can build a future where every African knows their worth and demands respect. But the real question is, do we as Africans truly believe in our value? It is time to stand tall and claim our rightful place and the value to the world. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Morgan.
Uzwile Mashilo.
You must join the branch of the ANC.
Trump need Africa. Not the Africa does not need Trump. Siyabonga kakhulu, Honorable Trudy.
I'm now calling upon our next speaker, Honorable W.L. Weber. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I am an African. I was born in Africa. My roots are in Africa. I do not have another home. I do not have another fatherland. This land is my fatherland. This is my home, nothing else. But my fatherland was colonized. We, black and white, were colonized. Ngalesikhathi abangisi bafuna ukukolonize lapha sabafaka umthofu. We went to war against the colonists. My people, Afrikaner people, lost 26,000 people in concentration camps when they were fighting colonialism. They were starved to death. But we can't fix the past. We can build a better future. But we must do that united. United in our diversity, we can build a better future in Africa, in South Africa. Let's do it shoulder against shoulder. Together we will win.
Thank you, Honorable Weber. Our next speaker is Honorable F.T. Mashiane.
Honorable Speaker, Africa Day is not a ceremony, it's a call to action. Today we commemorate Africa Day not as a ritualistic celebration, but as a moment to reflect on the vision of a united, prosperous and peaceful Africa. A vision championed by great leaders such as Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere and Albert Luthuli. But let us be clear, Africa Day may not be reduced to slogans and nostalgia. It must be a political commitment, a commitment to ethical leadership, democratic governance, and the rule of law. In Action SA, we believe that true unity and cooperation must be rooted in legal order, respect for sovereignty, and mutual accountability. Africa is still bleeding, from Sudan to Congo, from coups in West Africa to economic collapse and displacement in parts of our region. And here in South Africa, we face our own contradictions. We cannot claim to support Pan-African ideals whilst our borders remain porous and unregulated. Corruption at home affairs comprises our immigration systems, and citizens, both local and foreign, are failed by government incapable of delivering basic services. We call a Pan-Africanism grounded in action and principle, where only those who are legal in the country are permitted to stay, where every person, regardless of nationality, respects our laws, and where the dignity of all Africans is upheld through ethical governance and accountability leadership. Africa does not suffer from a lack of resources.
Less than 20 seconds left.
It suffers from poor leadership, collapsed institutions, and a failure to protect its people. Africa Day must therefore be a call to action, not a symbolic day off. It must remind us that our struggle for freedom is not complete until every African enjoys safety, dignity, and opportunity. Let us live the true ideals
Your
of
time
Africa
is
Day.
exhausted, Honorable Mashiane.
In doing so, we will honor our place on this continent, not through words, but through action. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mashiane. Now I'm calling upon our last speaker on our list, Honorable L.M. Mabuza, 5 minutes.
Somlomo masithathe lethuba sikubingelele sibingelele usekela somlomo sibingelele amalunga wonke we members of the executive council sibongelele bonke abundunankulu nabongwenyama eMpumalanga province sibingelela abahlali baseMpumalanga bonke siyanibingelela sithi lochani langena namhlanje sizogidinga ilanga lenkululeko yeAfrika emva kokuthi abeza ngemkhumbi bayeba bavela elwandle Honorable Weber kodwa soze sibayeke njengalapha isizwe sikhona nalapha simvile ungqongqoshe ethi mabambe thina ke sithi abahamba bangenamthetho wokuza eSouth Africa nomlomo abafuna ukuhamba bazihambele like a new great version, the Great Trek to USA. It is a voluntary exercise, and we are not driving anyway and anybody to the sea. As we celebrate the pre- and post-colonial African continent, we must first reaffirm the vision and the vision and the commitment of the African Union and its member states to build for the next generation a continent and a regional bloc which is politically and economically viable and stable, underpinned by good governance. Our Speaker, Africa Day celebrates work in progress to reverse the effect of harm or damages caused by the colonial imperialist forces in the African continent. The problem in South Africa is unique in a sense that we suffered from colonialization of a special type for more than 340 years, which is a period between 1652 and 1994. Colonialization is of a special type is a sense that colonizer, through military invasion, decided to impose coexistence with the owners of the land. History is on record on a number of wars of resistance against dispossession of our land during the Great Trek, which was popularly known Voortrekker. The 1913 Native Land Act was the final nail in the coffin because it effectively legalized the stealing of our land and our wealth. I am not even sure whether President Donald Trump is aware that the Land Expropriation Act seeks to put in place a legal reparation process to correct the land grab done through the 1913 Native Land Act. The principal founding document of the Constitution of the RSA, as well as the Freedom Charter, is very clear that the people shall govern, that the nation groups shall have equal rights, that the people shall share in the country's wealth, as well as the land shall be shared amongst those who worked it. Why is it a problem? If the other owners of the land decided that that land who were legally owned are shared with those who came ngomkhumbi waka 1652. Land Expropriation Act, Bella Act, amongst other latest pieces of legislations aimed to social and economic transformation, importantly to support infrastructure development, fair access to land. Bella will ensure that we do not use colonial artificial barriers to refuse access of basic equal education for all learners. Honour Speaker, we do not use legal means at our disposal to clean up the remaining colonial mess, then the celebration of the Africa Day will be meaningless to the masses of our people. The land question is one of the stubborn consequences of colonialization, and it remains unresolved to this day. Our country, fertile agricultural land, mineral beneath the land, ocean, economy, as well as satellite space remains in the hands of the privileged colonizers. In 1959, Bethel Potato Boycott, led by Comrade Ger Sibande, but not one of those gender strugglers, which is underreported, that struggled against colonization of a special time. It is always going to be difficult to recover from the colonial defects of 340 years in just 3 decades. Apartheid, spatial planning, colonial apartheid economy, as well as other spatial planning. And I must indicate, Honour Speaker, that this is our continent and we are African. As we celebrate Africa Day, our continent, Africa our beginning, our Africa our ending. Malibongwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. This concludes our debate on Africa Day. Let me ask the Secretary to read us the third order of the day.
Order number 3, questions for oral reply to the members of the Executive Council.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I have a question paper in front of me with the questions for oral reply to members of the Executive Councils. I am informed, honorable members, that the question paper was duly circulated to all members. I am now going to proceed with the order paper. I'm now calling upon MEC for Community Safety and Security on the question by Honorable T.G. Skosana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, members of the Executive, members of this Honorable August House. I'm requested to come to deal with question number 28. The question from Honorable T.G. Skosana, MK Party, to ask the Honorable MEC for Community Safety, Security and Liaising. Some provisional traffic officials are being placed under the Department of Community Safety, Security and Liaising, while others are under the Department of Public Works roads and transport. Question number 1, how will this division of traffic official between the department affect the delivery of traffic service and the road safety initiative in the province? The response: the law enforcement is more effective when its operation and function is centralized. It is correct that officials within Transport Inspectorate, they form part of law enforcement. The disjuncture of traffic law enforcement and Transport Inspectorate affect the intended outcome of on-service delivery of faster road, safer road and environment. The law enforcement within the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport deal with public transport relate to compliance such as road permits and their compliance. The Department of Community Safety, Security and Licensing deals with all other traffic-related matters such as law enforcement, road safety, education, overload control, licensing of vehicle and people. Question number 2, how will accountability and oversight be maintained across both departments, ensuring that the traffic officers are working effectively and efficiently? The response: currently the two departments account separately on their budget vote and structures to their different executive authority accounting officers and portfolio committees. Their effective and efficiency is affected by their separate command centers. Question number 3, are there any plan to consolidate the traffic official under a single department in the future, or this intend to be a long-term arrangement? The response: the decision to combine or separate function at the provisional level rests with the head of the Department of Provisional Government in terms of Public Service Act. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Skosana, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I put these questions because I worked for 20 years as a traffic officer. Madam Speaker, when I asked question number 1, what department we public safety and transport, they separated it. When you look, we have 3 regions. Law enforcement specific in Kangala, ama traffic akhona sebenza Monday to Friday, 8 to 4. Ama basebenza 12 to 8. They are no longer working as efficient like before. Nangibuya la ngithi ama traffic officers ama inspectorate and dealing direct with the law enforcement, a light motor vehicle. We have traffic officers who are dealing with transportation, taxi, buses. We have traffic officers who are dealing with the overloading. That I want to know, Uti, from the MEC of road and from the MEC of public works and road and transport. Uti, when do you go and separate this department, or not to separate, to join this department again like before? Because there's no work that has been done in terms of the law enforcement, especially particularly in Kangala, where I'm coming from. I'm not sure about eHlanzeni and
Honorable
Getsibas.
Skosana,
Thank you.
are now making a very long statement.
Thank you. No, I wanted the
Follow
MEC
up.
to understand me what I'm talking about because of, I see me that the MEC is lost what I'm talking about.
Okay, Honorable Skosana, Honorable MCs, as you take the platform to respond to the questions, please don't switch off your mic because it affects the timing. Just continue to speak up until, even when you are waiting for the follow-up questions. I'm referring to all the MECs that will be coming here. Don't switch off your mic when you are waiting for our follow-up questions. Thank you. Come in, MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Skosana, I have responded entirely to your question. You were just putting more flesh to what we have asked in your initial questions. What I'm referring, the bottom line that you want to know, when are we going to emerge these two directorates? I've also answered to say the responsibility of that it remain with the head of the with the premier. Be specific. It remain with the premier. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Any follow-up questions from other members? There's none. We're moving to the next question. The question by Honorable T.R. Nkonyane to ask the MEC for Social Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The question from Honorable T.R. Nkonyane on the statement that says the purpose of the Department of Social Development is to provide social protection and lead government efforts in fostering partnership to empower vulnerable individuals, groups, and communities. This includes reducing poverty and inequality, protecting children, and empowering women, youth, and people with disability. The first question, can the Honorable MEC give an update to this August House as to how many SASSA grants beneficiaries has managed to switch on from the old cards to the new post-black cards? 8%, opted for other commercial banks. 8%, opted for other commercial banks. Currently, there remain 84,829, which is the 30%, beneficiaries who are yet to switch to the new post-bank black cards, no other commercial banks. The province continues to migrate beneficiaries to other banks through various integrated community registration outreach program, which is ICROP, interventions and visits to local offices. The Post Bank and South African Reserve Bank has halted the migration process from gold SASSA cards to black Post Bank cards and further confirmed that the SASSA gold cards will continue to work until further notice, given the ongoing discussions between the two parties. The second question, Honourable Speaker, with the in-year budget cuts, can the Honourable MEC give an update to this August House as to how the department is going to deal with all its planned infrastructure development projects? Our response is that the department has opted not to start the new projects in 2025-2026 financial year, apart from those ones who are currently under planning and design stage. The third question, Honourable Speaker, are there any plans to operationalize Danji and Sokwaba youth centers? If yes, when can we expect their operationalization? And if no, what are the plans of the department? Our response, Danji, the project is complete, Honourable Speaker. However, with challenges of bulk water infrastructure in the area, occupation certificate was not issued due to ongoing assessments. Solution has been interacted with City of Mbombela for implementation. Hiccups faced during this process. Unfortunately, the community chased the City of Mbombela and the Public Works away due to conundrum around, and the Public Works away due to conundrum around 48 advertised posts to which they wanted to take control and recruit among the people of Pinar only. And their conviction to convert the water supply plan into a project is to benefit from it. However, the department is continuously engaging with the city of Mbombela to resolve the water issue with the water tankers as advised by Public Works. The department has set aside a budget allocation of an amount of 5,324,000 for the operationalization. Oh, Speaker, this is English, yes. Operationalization of Danji Youth Development Center in the current 25-26 financial year. But following the current societal turmoil and commotions around Danji and Sokwaba Youth Development Center's chronicles, it has been difficult to initiate any move towards the implementation of the plan and service delivery. The threats are very insurmountable, Honorable Speaker. The Nandam Sokwaba, the project is not complete due to the underperformed contractor, whom the Department of Public Works, Road and Transport has opted to terminate and replace with a new one. The process is underway, and once the appointment of the new contractor is confirmed by the Public Works, determination of the completion will be shared by the department by the end of June 2025, post the finalization of the internal processes. The next question, Honorable Speaker, how many NPOs in the province are non-compliant, and how is the department assisting these NPOs? Management document, financial management and administration, operational issues, resources mobilization, codes of good practice, compliance and accountability. The plan, Honorable Speaker, also seeks to capacitate and empower the social service professionals involved in the monitoring and support of NPOs with the necessary capabilities towards the tools, guides, and system for proficiency and effectiveness. For the 2024-2025 financial year, Honorable Speaker, we took roadshows in Ngangala District, Emakazeni on the 17th of September 2024, and also at Dr. J.S. Moroka on the 18th of September 2024. Victor Khanet was on the 19th September 2024. And in Kharsibande, we embarked on these roadshows at Gavenbegi on the 19th of November 2024. Psugalikwa, it was the 20th of November 2024, and in Chief Albert Tutuli, it was the 21st November 2024. In the financial year 2025-2026, we will have more roadshows that we have planned as the department in all of or across the province. The last question, Honorable Speaker. Yes, it's the last one. During the TLP in Kondo local municipality last year, August 2024, the people requested to get their pension at their previous pension points. Where is the progress now? And did the community get feedback? If not, what is the reason for not giving feedback? Our response as a department, SASSA took a decision to close all cash points by the end of a financial year 2023-2024. All critical stakeholders, including beneficiaries, were informed of this decision through stakeholder engagement conducted across the province, including in Mkondo. The feedback regarding the request to reopen the cash point in Mkondo was communicated during community meetings, where it was explained that reopening the cash points was not feasible due to budgetary constraints, security risk, and cash in transit haste, operational inefficiencies, shifts towards digital payments method, and closure of post office branches. Beneficiaries were provided with information on the alternative payment methods available to them. This matter, Honorable Speaker, has found expression on our Minimec agenda. As such, ongoing discussions are underway to sort amicable approaches at a strategic level to redress the outcry of our people in this regard, making reference to Umkondo. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Nkonyane, any follow-up question?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I am covered. The MEC has answered all the questions correctly and accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nkonyane. Any follow-up question from other members? Honorable Masango, and then Honorable Lukele, you will follow.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I know the problem of stopping projects and all those things, but I think we cannot, as government, sit down and say we got blocked and all those things. I just want to find out from the MEC whether was there any communication between her and the MEC for Safety and Security just to do something, because people need service delivery and they are being blocked and we just keep quiet and say people are blocking us. But one thing also, Chair, Speaker, I want to raise is, I think this integrated development plan is not working right with us. Why do we build something when there is no water? It means there was no communication between the municipality and the department, so that when you build, they are also aware they have prioritized water into that area. I think we need to work on that a lot as time goes on. Thank you, Speaker.
Let me see.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yes, we are communicating with the MEC. What also we have requested from our officials in the department is that they go and open cases, because they were also threatened that if they can start to open those offices, they will be followed in their homes. And also, Honorable Speaker, after the imbizo of a premier, after I have responded to the question from the community member who was asking about the closure of offices, the HOD received a message from one of those who closed the offices that if we can try to open them on Monday, we will get what we want. So the matter is very serious, and the Department of Safety will be assisting us as the department. The issue of water, Honorable Speaker, indeed, the plan was that we have water there, and we communicated or engaged with the Mbombela municipality, and the plan was that we also perhaps involve the Slulamans. But then we were stopped by the community because they wanted that to be turned into the project, sort of a tender that we must advertise so that they also benefit. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Lukele.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. I just want to ask a question on in relation to ISASA operation, MEC. There are offices in Emalahleni that were declared non-compliant by Labour Department, and then our offices as ISASA are operating from that office. That office operates from 7 to 10 o'clock daily. Now, I just want to check who is paying. Is it us or is it Honorable Tom who's paying for the occupation of that office? Why are we paying? How much are we paying? Because the contract, if Mangabe ET, they must work from 7 to 4, but then they work from 7 to 10 o'clock. Is that not a wasteful expenditure? Why don't we find them in office where we can move them to? Thank you.
Honorable Kelly, this is a totally new question. It doesn't relate to the question that was posed. Therefore, I'm not going to allow the MEC to respond to this. You can request that question maybe in our next set of questions. Yeah. We are now moving to the next question. Question number 30, Honorable S.S. Mahlangu, to ask the MEC for Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs.
Yabonga Nomlo. Honorable S. Mahlangu, ANC, to ask MEC for Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs. The previous and recent rains have caused serious damage to the road infrastructure in most municipalities, making it difficult to access schools, shops, clinics, and hospitals. A question: can the Honorable MEC share with us the extent of infrastructure damages that happened in the province across our municipalities? The calamity prompted a classification of national disaster in terms of Section 23 of the Disaster Management Act 2000. The extent of the damages is estimated at more than 2 billion, inclusive of damages to electricity connection, access roads, for farmers, health and education facilities, water and sanitation infrastructure, community facilities like libraries, schools, hospitals, clinics, as well as housing infrastructure, roads, bridges, stormwater drainage system and access roads in our nature conservation or nature reserve areas that are as well affected across the province. All affected sectors had reprioritized their budget to address the effect of the calamity to a normal life for our communities. Affected municipalities and sectors with a shortfall budget to adequately respond and rehabilitate damages infrastructure were assisted by the department to prepare business plan and request additional financial resources from the National Disaster Management Center. Question number 2. What contingency plans and relief initiatives are currently underway to assist our municipalities? Section 25, 38, 39, 52, and 53 of the Disaster Management Act direct the organs of state across the spheres of government to conduct disaster risk assessment for their respective functional areas, identify, map risk areas exposed to threats, hazard, prepare as well as implement disaster management plans. These disaster management plans must set out the following, amongst others: the way in which the concept and principle of disaster management are to be applied, including expected climate change, impacts and risk, contingency strategies and emergency procedures in the event of a disaster, including measures to finance these strategies. In this regard, sectors...
Honorable Sedibe.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to check with you. Sivumelekile ukungena la parliament singambathanga amajazi njengo MEC asishayela amatariane akhe. Is it parliamentary?
Honorable Sedibe, let me respond for the MEC. It's Africa Day today. It's Africa Month. The MEC
that's a Western chef.
It's traditional. Allow the MEC to continue with the response. He's wearing traditional attire today.
I'm an overall.
Continue, MEC.
In this regard, sectors, Honorable Sidibe is not listening to answers. He's worried about dressing. Don't worry about that. In this regard, sectors and municipalities implementing disaster management plans with their contingency plan to respond during the period of a disaster. Over and above the sector plans, departments implements the provincial disaster management plan, which guides and coordinate of sectors and support affected communities during the period of a disaster. In addition, in every disaster season, department working with sector develops a summer and a winter contingencies, like we had recently when we had a felt fire and forest in Durban, to find a solution as we are now during the winter period, and effectively we are expecting to have a number of fires across the province, which indeed they shall cause disaster as well, and it will affect our infrastructure. Department always supports municipalities with the disaster relief material for distribution to affected households. To date, the National Disaster Management Center has approved and transferred 600 million and shared amongst all affected two municipalities for rehabilitation of a damaged infrastructure. Over 250 projects have approved, which includes roads, stormwater, water and electricity infrastructure. A total of 219 approved projects have since been completed, whilst 39 projects are under implementation. Out of 39 projects under implementation, 28 projects were funded under the Municipal Disaster Response Grant in March 2025 to respond to the recent damages, and all remaining projects expected to be completed by September 2025. The question 3, what specific guidelines for framework does departments provide to our local municipalities for identifying and mapping high-risk flood zones along the river banks? Department has developed a provincial flood management strategy, which the Cabinet has since approved last year, December. The strategy has identified and mapped out all the high-risk flood zones in the most prone municipalities and further provide an action plan based on the intervention required for mitigation. The strategy promotes the principle of building back better, mitigation and preparedness. The implementation of this strategy is currently underway. Most of the infrastructure projects funded through a disaster grant implement measures in line with the strategy proposal. The municipalities have also been guided to integrate the strategy in their special development framework to inform planning and development general. Oh, too many questions. Question 4, does the department offer funding or technical assistance to municipalities for conducting risk assessment and vulnerability studies related to flooding in riverbank communities? The response, department does not offer funding but technical assistance in respect of risk assessment, risk reduction, assessment of damaged infrastructure. Department further coordinate funding application for sector through the National Disaster Management Center. We are indeed a coordinating department, and we do not have the resources for that except the National Disaster Center. Question number 5, are there any specific program or initiatives in place within department that focuses on educating riverbanks communities about flood risk and preparedness? Department on a monthly basis roll out awareness campaign to communities residing in close proximity to riverbanks as well as farmers downstream in the event of dam overflow and spillages. These awareness campaigns are done in collaboration with other sectors such as South African Weather Services, Department of Water and Sanitation, DATLEA, local municipalities, as we have now currently released a statement around the field fire that are possibly might come during the course of the winter season. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Mahlangu, do you have follow-up questions?
No, thank you, Honorable Speaker. The answers were responded correctly, and we are satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahlangu. Any follow-up questions from other members? Honorable Sedibe, you will be followed by Honorable Masango. Huh? No, MEC, I said you need not to switch off the mic, please.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Well, I have a follow-up question, Honorable MEC. I believe that the disaster relief program or funding cut across the two spheres of government, the provincial and the local municipalities, or maybe in the district, I'm not so sure, municipalities. Now, with regards to the, I see the work that has been done with regards to the local municipalities, the damages and whatever that happened. But I have a problem with the provincial, more especially the Department of Education, where the roof of the schools were taken away by the storm. But till today, the roof, like in one school in Barberton, Guane, secondary school, is still roofed by a sail. And what happened with that disaster money to address those kind of situations, more especially in schools? Because most, not only in Guane, even in Bushbuck Ridge and in Mkondo, there are schools that are without roof until today because of the storms. What happened? Because I want to believe that we have given the money. Thank you.
Let me see.
Thank you very much. From the question by Honorable Sidibe. In the province, Department of Agriculture or Tatlia complied fully at the beginning. And as the department, they've managed to get the money. The Department of Education delayed and the first batch were not released. And they will be releasing the second batch for education to respond exactly that. Should they responded earlier like that, they would have got the money by now. And I suppose they would have started.
Okay, thank you. So that's the incompetence of
No, Honorable Sidibe.
Oh, okay.
We're not having two follow-up questions. We've got only one. Honorable Masango.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and through you, Speaker. MEC, I know me and you won't prevent disasters. They will come whether we like it or not. But I'm just checking, is there no other way that we can minimize the damage that are caused? I know we have these things in our mind, but we are not implementing it. And this disaster is still in the Lawveld currently, which is, I can call it maybe a 1/3 of the province. Once it starts to go, the whole province, it will be a real big disaster. What are things that we are doing actually to make sure that we minimize this? Like, I'll tell you that the roads, the drains, the storage, stormwater drainage that are blocked. Can't we probably somewhere the dams that may be collapsing at any time, making sure that they don't collapse? Something of that sort, so that we really, if it comes, at least it's minimized rather than sweeping the whole community out of the place. Thank you, Chairperson. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Masango. Well, the National Disaster Committee discussed those issues to say how best can we mitigate, since we are now living under climate change. And obviously, one of the issues is to reissue directive in terms of the design, the quality of roads, what type of system, including the levels of road. Because if you check, majority of roads get done, but they develop a quick potholes. So it's the levels that are used in this road. Which road is too busy, which road is not busy, and what should be done. And we have since issued a directive to municipalities around the issue of the stormwater control, that no project should proceed around the road infrastructure without the stormwater management. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We are done with you. We now on the next question. Honorable Nkabela, to ask the MEC for Economic Development and Tourism, Honorable Masilela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The question is from Honorable NP Mkabela from the EFF to ask the MEC for Economic Development and Tourism. Honorable MEC, on or around mid-March 2025, the Nkomazi SEZ and Mega jointly issued an advertisement with the reference number NKOSES 2024/01, calling for applications for the vacant position of the Nkomazi SEZ CEO with the closing date set for the 4th of April 2025. The EFF believes that there were irregularities in the shortlisting processes for the Nkomazi SEZ CEO position and therefore request that the MEC respond to the following question. I refer to the question raised by Honorable NPM Kabela, which were directed to the MEC for Economic Development and Tourism. I do not intend to deal with all the allegations raised in the above-mentioned letter. Failure to do so should not be construed as an admission, therefore, on my part. In fact, failure to respond, therefore, should be deemed be a denial thereof. I further wish to submit that on the 6th and the 8th of May 2025, I previously responded to the Honorable Sidibe on the same matter dealing with the same issues. A copy of his previous request and my subsequent response is annexed herewith for ease of reference. I request that my previous response be incorporated and specifically read with this response where applicable. The appointment of the Chief Executive Officer for a Special Economic Zone is governed by Regulation 5 of the Special Economic Zones Regulation of 2018. Section 5 of the regulations reads as follows. Number 1, the board may appoint the Chief Executive Officer for the entity. Number 2, the Chief Executive Officer shall hold office for a period which may be determined by the board. Number 3, where the board fails to determine such term of office, the Chief Executive Officer shall A, be appointed for a period of 5 years and be eligible for appointment for a further period of 5 years. I wish to respond to your questions as follows. Question number 1, why was one of the board members amongst the shortlisted candidates? Our response, Regulation 10, subsection 2 of the Special Economic Zones Regulation 2018 provides, among others, that a member of the board, A, must make full disclosure of any conflict of interest, including any potential conflict of interest. B, may not vote, attend, or participate in any proceedings of the board in relation to any matter before the board, in respect of which they have a conflict of interest or potential conflict of interest. And C, must comply with any of the board as to whether or not they are entitled to participate in any particular proceedings of the board. Furthermore, the affected member did declare interest and never participated in the board proceedings thereafter as required by the regulation. As mentioned above, the appointment of the CEO is governed by the above-mentioned regulation. As you can see from the above, there is no prohibition imposed on the members of the board to apply for the position provided there is no inherent conflict and the process was in line with the legislative prescripts. I submit the process was above board and in line with the provisions of the Act and the regulations. Roman figure 2, did all the shortlisted candidates meet the requirements in line with the advertisement? Our response, I believe that the board has previously responded to this question and full details of the criteria used in the shortlisting of the candidates. In light thereof, with information at my disposal, I am satisfied that the shortlisted candidates met all the requirements in line with the advertisement. Roman figure 3, can all the CVs of all the shortlisted candidates be made available to prove that the candidates met the advertised requirements? You will appreciate that the CVs of the candidates contain certain personal information like their physical addresses and their identity numbers. Simply making the said CVs available for public viewing may lead to violation of various pieces of legislation like the POPIA Act, including the rules of the legislature, Rule number 99, subsection 4C, which says questions may not contravene rule of law. You are, however, at liberty to write to the board and request them formally within the ambit of the law. I am sure the board will be more than prepared to advise on the process you can follow to view the said CVs to satisfy your concern. Roman figure 4, how many candidates were interviewed, how many underwent competency assessment, and who ranked first in the competency assessment. As mentioned above, I believe the board previously responded to Honorable Sidibe on this question. I therefore advise you to revisit the previous correspondences from the board. You are at liberty to formally request the information you seek from the board. I am sure the board will provide you with all comprehensive report of the ranking of candidates. I therefore consider the matter closed. In the event that you are not satisfied with the responses, you are at liberty to exhaust whatever remedies you may deem to be available to you. However, the process embarked upon by the board shall proceed. I hope you'll find the above in order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. Now I'm calling upon Honorable Mkabela if she has some follow-up questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yes, I do have a follow-up question to the MEC. MEC, the advert says the candidate for the post must have 10 years experience as a senior manager or 5 years experience as executive manager. Why did the board shortlist a manager contrary to the advert? Don't you know that the fact that the board has shortlisted a non-qualifying candidate nullifies the whole process leading to the appointment of the CEO? Thank you.
MEC.
No, thank you very much. As I indicated, Honorable Mkabela, you are at liberty to write to the board, and the board will be able to advise you accordingly on which process to follow if you want the whole information about this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm opening for other members. The first one will be Honorable Sidibe, then will be followed by Honorable Malachi.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Well, Honorable MEC, I agree we have responded to the EFF letter on the 6th of May. That is true. And we have written to the board, but the board have not responded. But what we must just caution you with, Honorable MEC, is that we have all the CV at our disposal. I think we've indicated we can share with you. The question that the Honorable Mkabela is asking is a well-researched question. It's informed by the CVs that we have at our disposal. That of executive managers that applied but were not shortlisted. And that of junior, a manager from Mbombela, supply chain manager, who does not have who's not a senior manager or executive manager, who does not have 5 years executive, who does not have 10 years as senior manager, has been shortlisted. that on its own is flawed. That's what, but it's fine because you are inviting us to take the matter up, which we'll do, no problem. Now, in terms of the PFMA 1 of 1999, Section 49(1), it stipulates that the board as an accounting authority is responsible for ensuring that the entity maintains effective, efficient, and transparent systems. Further, Section 49(2) stipulates that the board members must exercise their fiduciary duties with integrity, honestly, and in the best interest of public. So, most importantly, that act further emphasizes that implication reinforces the need for independent oversight and discourages conflict of interest that could arise if board members assume executive responsibility. I think there's a misinterpretation of statute here. We are using SEZ Act. For now, I'm using PFMA, as I've indicated. But furthermore, the role of the board is to do oversight. And the executive, Honorable Mashilo, is to do implementation. So, board is governance. We'll agree according to the King 4 corporate management. And according to the King 4 report on corporate, which governs all the entities, the MEC will know because she's controlling over 3 entities, 4 now with the SEZ board. Governance for the King 4 report on corporate governance of South Africa, 2016, the latest one. Principle 10. It says the board should ensure that the appointment of management constitutes to role clarity and effective exercise of authority and responsibilities. And the recommended practice, according to the King 4 report, stipulates that the need for independence of oversight and avoidance of conflict of interest by maintaining clear separate of powers between board and executive. So what we are saying is that the CEO that is appointed was a member of the board. It means the CEO has appointed herself. Because King 4 report says, if you are a member of the board and have an interest, you must first resign and there must be a cooling period of 6 months. That didn't happen. She just resigned today from the board. Tomorrow she's in the interview.
Honorable Sedibe,
so
you have taken too long now.
Yeah,
for
I'm
the
asking
question.
to drive the point home. I was just giving him a preamble so that I indicate that.
So now it disadvantage Malachi to have a follow-up
All right.
question because of the time.
As I close, so I'm saying to the MEC, are you aware that this action of the board was wrong and can be challenged successfully in the court of law as we are inviting us? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sidibe. You indicated that members of the board must avoid conflict of interest, of which I indicated in my response that Regulation 10, subsection 2 of the Special Economic Zones Regulation of 2018 provides, amongst others, that a member of the board must make full disclosure of any conflict of interest, including any potential conflict of interest. And I have responded that the candidate has declared a conflict of interest, was not part of the processes when the board processes the matter of appointing the CEO. I have responded to your matter. If you feel that we did not respond sufficiently to your matter, you can take the matter up as advised. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We have already exhausted the 15 minutes that was allocated. We are now moving to the next question, which is question number 32 by Honorable Grobler to ask the MEC for help.
You may proceed, Honorable MEC.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The question from Honorable B. Grobler to ask the question with regard to the tertiary hospital in Mpumalanga and the service offered. Can the MEC please indicate the following? The first question: when was the MRI machine purchased and delivered to Rob Ferreira Hospital? Is it correctly in the working condition? The response is that the MRI machine purchase order was issued in September 2024, and the project to deliver, assemble, and install the machine commenced in October 2024 and was completed as per schedule on the 20th of March 2025. The second phase was registering and licensing the MRI machine with the Radiation Control Board and conducting quality assurance tests. And the third phase is the training of radiographers, which has commenced and is planned to end by the end of the month of May 2025. The training is a vital step in the commissioning of the MRI machine to ensure that both the staff and the patient are safe during the procedures, as the machine is highly magnetic and technically advanced, and the machine is new and in excellent condition, working condition. The second question: when was the CAT machine purchased and delivered at Rob Ferreira and Witbank Hospital? And are these machines currently in working condition? The response that the CT scan for Witbank Hospital was delivered and installed in June 2024, and the project was completed on the 24th of July 2024. And Rob Ferreira Hospital, the CT scan was delivered and installed in August 2024, and the project was completed in September 2024. The timelines for installation of the machines were deliberately scheduled such that both hospitals don't shut the CT scan services at the same time. Yes, the department can report that both the CT scans are in good working condition as they are still new. The third question: when the above machines were purchased, did it have a maintenance plan? And if so, did the department make use of this plan? If not, why not? The response is that the machines were procured with a 2-year warranty and a 5-year maintenance plan. Currently, the machines are still under warranty, and the 5-year maintenance contract will commence after the expiry of the 2-year warranty and will be paid on an annual basis. The fourth question: does the department have a backup plan when this machine are broken, and is the department looking in purchasing another MRI machine? If so, when and for which hospital? The response is that in case one of the CT scan machine is broken, the patients are sent to other facilities that have CT scan machine, and the MRI machine is part of the tertiary services package. The only other hospital that should have an MRI machine is Witbank Hospital, and this will be provided for in the new Linamalachi Hospital. However, the Rob Ferreira Hospital MRI machine caters for the whole province. The MRI services were previously outsourced to private radiologist services within the province, and the availability of this machine is on one of our hospitals is a groundbreaking one. The last question, which is number 5: what was the waiting time currently for patient needing scans from the MRI and CAT machine per hospital per machine? There's no waiting times. Patients are attended to as per the booking system, and emergency and trauma cases are prioritized and attended to immediately. The MRI services were previously outsourced to private radiologist services within the province. Thank you, Honorable. Oh, Speaker.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Grobler, any follow-up question?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I see you back. MEC, thank you very much. These are good news answers. I think it's very necessary. I just want to check with you because on the MRI, the first question you said training is happening, and then in the last question you answered and you said MRIs is happening according to bookings and trauma is prioritized. So just to confirm, is the MRI machine working, or if not, when will the first MRIs be done by Rob Ferreira? And then as my second questions, can we confirm that the CT scans are working as well? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much. Yes, the MRI is there, Rob Ferreira. If you could have seen, I don't know who in that hospital took a picture and it was somewhere. That shows that already it is there, the MRI, just waiting that official who can go, and also the training, like we're saying. We're just waiting because we don't want, it's a highly specialized machine, so we're busy with the training. But the MRI is there, complete, just waiting for that. When, what do you mean?
No, we are not having a dialogue, Honourable members.
No, but Speaker, the question was, when will the first MRI take place? I already confirmed and I said, I hear it's training. Can the MEC give us a specific date? Otherwise, training can commence for 4 years.
No,
Has the MEC got an idea? That's the question.
It won't take long. It's just that, it's not a matter that will take long. It's just that when we finalize the training, because also you don't want to risk just giving officials, the healthcare workers, machine that they have not been properly trained. So we have started. It can be completed anytime. What was key is the purchase of the MRI. I've confirmed it is there, installed, and I'm saying to you, if you will have seen other people, they've already taken pictures of the completed MRI. So the only thing is that we are training those specialists. Sometimes you find that you delay because some they are not there and all that, but they need to use the machine. But the training have already started, something that can be completed any day. I can't put a date to say tomorrow or when, because you'll say I have lied. Because what if one specialist was not there, then he or she was not trained, then delay the process. But what is good is that they've started to train on the MRI that is there. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Follow-up questions from other members. Honourable Masango, then Honourable Setibe.
Thank you, Speaker. MEC ubaleka namatom. MEC, we want to know, I mean, you have planned to buy it, you have bought it. Now you have planned to train, you are training. So you must tell us, it can't be training forever. And we don't want to see a machine that is sitting there for 2 years or for 4 years, as my colleague is saying. Tell us, when do you expect the machine to be working? Whether we will ask you again, doesn't matter, but tell us when will the machine start working, so that we know it will be starting to work. But if it is open like this, we won't even found you accountable anywhere, because you didn't commit yourself. Please commit yourself so that we can come and ask you a question.
Honourable Speaker, I will not commit a date because I will be lying. Because now you want me to just, from my head, say next week or whatsoever. But what I can commit is that the training has started, and I'm saying the reason why I can't commit is, unlike when you know that honourable members are here, you can put them in a training tomorrow, then you finalize. But I'm saying the problem is that some of the people that must be trained might not be there. So it becomes difficult for me to say tomorrow. But what I assure honourable members is that they are being trained on the machine. And it has started to be trained on the MRI. So it is there. So that process won't take long. What I can commit is that it won't take long, because it's just a matter of availability of those people that must be trained, all of them, so that you don't start, because we don't want a situation where, honourable members, today we have trained one person. That person is on leave.
And then I'll get the question, Honorable, let me see, you have bought an MRI, now it is not used because they are saying people are not trained or whatsoever, when somebody was. So I can't put a date standing here, Honorable members, to say by this time, but I can assure, Honorable, it is of my interest. In fact, we were supposed to go myself so that we start, because when you normally go and in terms of such machine, it is very much fulfilling. You know, when we opened the Benz unit, how a nurse was taking us through the machine to say, this is how it is being operated. That's the same thing that we want to see, that everyone else must be in that position. I was even saying, you know, this nurse, even if she's not a doctor, the way she's so trained, the way she's demonstrating. So that's what we do for us to say that any equipment or any that we're buying as a Department of Health, that assurance, it is, you might take it very light to say a training is just something, but for the department, it is critical, so that we are assured that these people are trained. And sometimes that machine might not be trained once, you know, it must be trained twice, three times, so that you are sure that these people that must operate it have been well trained. Remember, it's for the first time that they are having such a machine in the province for that matter.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's believe that maybe in our next sitting there will be some form of indication as to when exactly. Honorable Sedibe.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thought you do to me what you did to Honorable Malachi, because you noted him.
No. Let me explain that one so that it doesn't come back again. Remember, we've got 15 minutes that is being allocated. And when you took too long until you exhausted all the time. So there's still for you.
But once a member is recognized, then you must give it. Rather, you must recognize us after the minutes. But it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. No, let's not go
for the sake of the progress. No, Honorable MEC, my interest is on the number of hospitals that will benefit from this MRI and CAT machines. How many are you planning to provide?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Remember, this MRI is in our tertiary hospital, and in the province we've got 2. So it means the referrals that will come from the 2 hospitals, but sometimes it might even come from the regional hospitals that we are having. We're having 5 in total. Mapulaning, we're having Temba, Mamsuga, Emelo, and also now the 2 tertiary, which is Rob Ferrer and Witbank. So currently now, what is good is that we're no longer going to outsource any of our patients in the province. They will now be transferred to Rob Ferrer. So for now, all these big 5 will be referring to Rob Ferrer.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Yeah, you are done. We've taken all the questions. We are now moving to the next questions, which is question number 33. Yeah, number 33, Honorable W.L. Weber. Asking the MEC for agriculture,
the owner of the question
rural development, land and environmental affairs.
Can you jump the owner of the question asleep?
Asenzi njalo.
Ulele
Uyezwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me continue to stand on the protocol that has been observed. The question that we received was from Honorable Weber that says the department's budget has been reduced by over 155 million, raising concerns about its capacity to support the agricultural producers and rural communities effectively. Notably, the budget for environmental affairs was cut from 252 million to just over 154 million, despite pressing environmental issues like exit mine drainage and air pollution. Question number 1 is saying, Honorable Speaker, what immediate steps is the department taking to address and prevent further corruption in tender processes, particularly following Hawks' investigation into alleged fraud. Our response is indicating that the Hawks investigation in the department is still ongoing, and it has not been concluded for it to act on the outcomes. And as such, the department does not have full details of what is being investigated in terms of the actual allegation associated with the investigation. It should be noted that the supply chain management policies of the department comply with the principle of the Section 217 of the Constitution of South Africa and Preferential Procurement Regulation of 2022. The Department Internal Audit and Auditor General of South Africa regularly audit awarded tenders. No major findings with regards to weaknesses in control regarding prevention of corruption in the tender processes were expressed. The department continuously evaluates its control environment to ensure that it remains relevant. Question number 2. How does the department plan to ensure the completion of and operationalization of critical infrastructure projects like the Mpumalanga International Fresh Produce Market, and what timelines are being committed to? We are indicating, Honorable Speaker, that the department has advertised positions for engineers to help strengthen capacity within the project management unit. Additionally, the department is enhancing stakeholder consultation efforts to prevent stoppages and address concerns from the various groups across the province. Key projects implemented by the department include several critical infrastructure initiatives, most of which are multi-year in nature. Specifically, activities are planned based on the available budget. Question 3. Given the recent 155 million budget cut, what strategies are in place to protect support for emerging farmers and rural food security initiative, especially in the light of the province's high poverty and low food security rates? We are indicating that the department is exploring other available avenues, including engaging financial institutions such as commercial banks and land bank to support farmers with continuous production. During the engagement held, the gesture was very positive from the different institutions. This partnership will assist farmers across the province and bridge the gaps created by the budget cuts and or reductions. Question number 4. What mechanisms have been implemented to investigate and prevent reported cases of officials demanding bribes from emerging farmers? And how is the department safeguarding land reform beneficiaries from such exploitation? Our response, Honorable Speaker, is that the department has not received any reported cases of this nature. No complaints related to the official allegedly soliciting bribes from farmers, and the department can confirm that it should it happen that department receives such in future, it will be dealt with following the disciplinary legal processes. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Weber, any follow-up question? Thank you very much. Honorable Weber doesn't have follow-up questions. Any follow-up questions from other members? Honorable Masango.
Thank you, Chair. MEC, I think you just need to go and visit the land bank because they are like they got so many red tapes. The form that you fill for application is like you get it and you decided not to fill it because it's just too much. It's going to take you a year. Please, can you tell them to move away from the bureaucracies?
Okay, I think that one is not even a question, it's a comment. Any further follow-up questions from other members? Thank you very much. We are done, MEC Hlophe. The next question is question number 34 from Honorable Mashiane to ask MEC for education. Take note that Honorable MEC Mashilo will be taking the questions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. A question was received from Honorable F.T. Mashian, Action SA. Department of Education in Mpumalanga has been repeatedly flawed by the irregular expenditure, procurement violations, alleged acts of corruption, particularly in areas such as infrastructure development, textbook, delivery, and staff appointments. These issues continue to undermine public confidence in department and compromise the quality of education delivered to learners. As such, the following questions are submitted to determine what actions the executive authority has taken to confront these systematic issues. Question 1. What specific intervention has the MSC implemented since assuming office to address and combat corruption within Department of Education? And the response are as follows. Currently, there is one case of fruitless and wasteful expenditure at the level of a head office that has been investigated, and the matter has been subjected to various cases, a postponement, with the last hearing expected to sit on the 5th and 6th June 2025. Other cases of financial misconduct that are reportedly get investigated as well. Where such exists, the matters are prosecuted accordingly and are handled in line with the applicable prescript. In the last quarter of 2024-25, with a total of 9 cases, including the one from the head office. All these 9 cases are at the different stages of investigation, prosecution, and are to be finalized in due course. We've also appointed a service provider that is assisting in investigating allegations of corruption and appointments. This has led to the suspension of one circuit manager at Umchindini for such allegations. The circuit manager and the principals will be subjected to due disciplinary processes if the investigation report may implicate them. They are of irregular procurement ICT equipments that has been investigated and due disciplinary are underway. The department has since halted ICT equipment procurement until the finalization of the strengthened ICT procurement business processes. The procurement will resume after the business processes has been approved. Question 2, what consequences have been taken against officials implicated in financial misconduct or irregular procurement practices in the last 3 years? All cases of financial misconduct are investigated and prosecuted accordingly when there is an evidence that suggests malpractice or irregular procurement, as and when they are reported to labor. In the main, we have investigated cases of malpractice, more especially in schools, where the employees are found guilty. They are dismissed since financial mismanagement is a dismissible offense. In the financial year 2024-25, we had a total of 11 cases of financial misconduct. 2023-24, we had a total of 4 cases of financial misconduct. 2022-23 financial year, we had 6 cases of financial misconduct. This information is also available publicly on our annual reports for the past 3 years. Question Roman figure 3. What oversight mechanisms have been introduced or strengthened to to ensure transparency and accountability in the procurement? The response is as follows. To ensure that there is a transparency in the recruitment process, the department has approved business process for appointing post-level 1 educators. The recruitment and the selection policy for public service staff was approved on the 25 April 2025, where all stakeholders and officials have adhered to when filling vacant posts are made. Department has appointed a company to investigate allegations relating to a selling of posts. Department is seeking uproot corruption tendencies in the recruitment processes. The last question. How many cases of corruption or maladministrations have been reported in the department since 2021, and what have been outcome of these cases? In 2021 and 22, we had a total of 9 cases that were finalized. 2022-2025 financial year, we had 6. 2023-24, we had 4. 2024-25, we had 11 cases. A total since 2021, we had finalized a total of 30 cases. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Mashiane, any follow-up questions?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My follow-up question is, there are investigations and suspensions of people, especially the Mjendiwan, where posts were sold. Now, should it happen that it is true that people got higher posts because they paid, and deserving people were sidelined, what will happen with those posts?
Well, we have seen what happened about the HOD. We'll do exactly that. Any corruptions that is properly reported gets investigated and disciplinary actions are taken by this government.
Okay. Follow-up questions from other members. Honorable Weber, AMM.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Mashilu, thank you for your responses. We know you're not the MEC for education. So my question is, will the MEC of the department implement lifestyle audits on your senior managers who work with the finances and supply chain? And if you cannot make that decision for her, can we please have this in writing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll do so.
Thank you very much. Honorable Malachi.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Follow-up question from my side, because the MEC has just raised the issue that there is a company that is appointed to investigate or deal with the issues of corruption. And I'm not sure if that company is doing due diligence, because we have not seen it. We've got schools that, or the directors, more especially the district directors that are busy with corruption. I think Kangala is one of them that they should be investigating, because there are a lot of principals that are sitting at home. Currently, there's a principal that was denied a P3 appointment by the circuit manager, of which now, after our intervention, they gave her the P3 appointment, of which is happening within Nkangala and also in Chief Albert Lituli. Currently, there is a principals that are not being appointed, they are sitting at home. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Missy.
Well, the taste of the pudding is in the eating. Let's allow the company to do the work. We'll see what they bring to us, including those cases presented. Certainly they will be investigated. We don't want someone sit at home get salary unnecessary unless it's on suspension.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We are now on question number 35, Honorable GM Demande, to ask the MEC for Public Works, Roads and Transport.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The question directed to the MEC for Public Works, Road and Transport from Honorable Ndimande. During our oversight visit in Mkondo local municipality, we noted with concern that the project of Mkondo Boarding School is engulfed with serious challenges. The building, which was started in 2019, is still not complete, and foreign nationals seems to be preferred to do jobs that are not classified as critical skills at the expense of our local people who are victims of unemployment. The first question, Honorable MEC, can you take this House into confidence and indicate when the boarding school project will be completed? And our answer or response is that Mkondo Boarding School is practically completed. Practical complete processes have commenced with cleaning and remedy of defect works, which is going to be concluded. The school will be handed over to the Department of Education for operationalization. The recent delays that prevented the completion of the project is due to consistent site disruption by some subcontractors due to non-payment from subcontractors to subcontractors. The completion date is today, the 30th of May, Honorable Speaker. The second question is, observation reveals that foreigners are preferred to do non-critical jobs over locals. Honorable MEC, tell the House, why is that practice permitted under your watch? Then the response is that the allegations that the department appointed professional service providers or companies owned by foreigners being preferred over locals is unfounded, Honorable Speaker. The department is committed to enhancing and promoting the interest and conditions of living of South Africans by ensuring that the implementation of infrastructure projects in the interest of South Africans come first. Employment opportunities in the projects were preferably offered to local people where the project is located. In a number of the following jobs to local have been created: youth, women, people with disability. Lastly, subcontracting works as a form of uplifting businesses locally was also offered to local businesses in that particular space. That is our response, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Ndimande, any follow-up question?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. The reason why I'm asking this question, this project has been postponed in several times, but even now I don't get a correct answer. By saying practical completed or partially completed is not an answer. Even they are saying that you say that the Honorable MEC is saying that today is the date. But if you can go there for oversight, the school is not yet completed. So can the MEC tell us the truth? When is the Mkondo Boarding School going to be completed? Please, I must get a correct answer because this thing has postponed for several times. Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Honorable Speaker, I have provided the answer.
Yeah, I don't know, Honorable Demande, because it looks like he wants you to say tomorrow or Friday, of which it's something
I
else?
said the 30th, which is today.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. Do we have other follow-up questions from other members? I'm noting Honorable Skosana, then Honorable Sekaledi.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Speaker. Mina, that I want to know from the MEC. If follow-up committee, we have seen in the project that of Mkondo, boarding school good, foreigners are preferable to get a job. We request the MEC to bring all employees of Mkondo boarding school and the contract at least to this house to make sure that what you are telling us is true. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable MEC.
Honorable Speaker, I think one of the lessons that I've learned from Honorable Sedibe in his absentia is that he deals with issues practically, provides evidence. If there are allegations that we have hired service providers or workers that are foreigners, it is bestowed upon the political party that is alleging to provide evidence. So I'm challenging them to give me evidence because I've given them the answer in line with what we have done in that particular space.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Skaledi.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for the commitment that you have said today. It's the deadline, and definitely we'll hold you to that. That being said, Honorable MEC, what I would just want to find out is with regards to our, especially what has been said in the preamble, in terms of the skills, the skill set and preferable people that have been shortlisted in terms of the internal capacity. The high positions, the DDGs, the positions of authority, whether it is people from within the country, I think that is the most important thing, because your portfolio is so critical to this nation because it holds our infrastructure, it holds our public buildings, it holds every resource that is needed for us to create jobs. And it becomes much sensitive when we start seeing repetitions of people that might not be in the position, might not be in the position needed, especially in terms of the scarce skills. If it's skills like engineering that can be sourced within and it's not scarce skills, it should be South Africans that should be there. So can we ask from you that if you can conduct an audit, are you willing to conduct an audit to see the people that are in those positions in terms of skills audit?
Speaker,
the high positions, if they are able to do that.
This is a new question. It's not related to the project.
No,
it's now related to the department.
Point of order. It's not. Point of order. Can I explain why it's not?
Wait. Honorable Malaji, you need order.
Yeah, it's in order, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Can I hear the order?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I think you are given a responsibility to run this house. And therefore, I think Honorable Tomo, angabi my emotions and ukwazi director kahle in this council. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, let me guide you. In the question it says, preferred jobs, foreign nationals seem to be preferred to do jobs that are not classified as critical skills at the expense of local people who are victims of unemployment. That is not a new question. So that's why I'm saying, are you committing, or can you commit to have a skills audit and also an assessment of the people in those positions, whether they are firstly capable to do the job, are they qualified, qualified for those positions, and those positions that are not occupied by South Africans, are they critical, are they scarce skills, yes or not?
Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker.
I think where it becomes a new question. It's when you speak of the qualifications. The question here was speaking about preferred job are given to people who are not local. But let me wait. I'm running. I gave you an opportunity to speak. Allow me to speak. I'm going to give MEC an opportunity, but I'm trying to make you to be within the question. Don't create another question over a question. That's what I'm requesting. But MEC, can you respond to the one that is related to what is in there?
Okay, thanks, Speaker. I can never be emotional. It's my duty to respond, Speaker. Speaker, the reason I'm saying this question, it's a totally new question. It's in this context. If you look at the background of the question, it says, during our oversight to Mkondo local municipality, we noted with concern that the project, underscore that, the project Mkondo Boarding School is engulfed with serious challenges. The building, which was started in 2019, is still not complete. Foreign nationals, that still speaks to the project, not the department or employees in the department, seems to be preferred to do the jobs that are not classified as critical skills in that particular project at the expense of our local people who are victims of unemployment in that particular space. Then you go to the Roman figures in terms of the questions. It refers to the project, not the department. But if he is asking me about the project, an accusation that probably in the senior management of the department there are foreigners, and I'm willing to do a skills audit or whatever audit, I am willing to do that if you so wish that I should do that.
Yeah, that should come as a question at
A
the
new
relevant
question.
time. But Honorable Scaledi, let us not divert from the question. Let us be firm, let us be honest. The question is very straightforward. I understand if you've got that question, please submit that question so that the MEC can respond. But on this one, I was referring that if you are speaking to this project about those that are non-South Africans, I wanted the MEC to respond.
Speaker, to clarify, like I said before, the question does speak to it. It speaks about critical skills, and it speaks about the projects. Whether the project is within in-house or the staff members that are holding it or not, it makes no difference. But it is related.
Okay, let me make a ruling on this one.
Yes, you can make the ruling. Let me just finish the clarification on the point of the clarification. So that is what I meant by it. And the MEC has already responded to it, and I'm satisfied with that response. But to now try and sway words that things are not, that the question does not link at all, they do link. It's critical skills, etc. So let's avoid that.
Honorable Scaledi, thank you very much. Honorable MEC, thank you very much. You may sit. Okay. We are now on the next question, question number 36, Honorable L.A. Mbuyane, to ask MEC for Economic Development and Tourism.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The Cabinet today have approved a bill aimed at regulating movement and employment of foreign nationals. I think that will assist. Let me come to question number 36, Honorable L.A. Mbuyane from the ANC to ask the MEC for Economic Development and Tourism. A significant segment of the population that needs to be empowered economically through entrepreneurship are young people. One of the key economic drivers of the province is tourism, and it is common knowledge that our province is one of the tourist attractions in the country. The result of such an attraction should seek to ensure economic empowerment for our people, especially the youth. The Mpumalanga Tourism Youth Fund is one program that is highly appreciated. Question number 1. In terms of the above, can the MEC share some light on how this program seeks to empower the youth? Our response: the establishment of the Mpumalanga Tourism Youth Fund forms part of the department's effort to empower youth-owned enterprises and to accelerate transformation in the tourism sector. DEDET partnered with NYDA to create a fund capitalized at 6 million. The fund provides financial support to young entrepreneurs in the form of asset-based finance, intangible assets, intellectual property support, acquisition of property, and working capital. The fund aims to address the following challenges faced by youth SMMEs: providing financial and non-financial support to youth-owned businesses in the tourism sector, profiling the sector and opportunities that exist within the entire value chain for youth to take advantage of, stimulating and contributing to the tourism sector and provincial economy, contributing towards job creation for unemployed youth. The second question: can the MSC indicate which sectors of the tourism economy owned by young people were funded with 3.5 million, which was recently awarded? Our response: some of the supported young people are in the hospitality industry, which is guest houses, Shisanyama restaurants, coffee shop, entertainment outlets, adventure and cultural experience, and body massage and gymnastics. How many businesses benefited from the above funding? Our response: to date, the fund has supported 23 youth-owned MSMEs across the province, and to date, the fund has supported 23 youth-owned SMMEs across the province. These SMMEs have created 108 job opportunities for young people. Ehlanzeni, we supported 12. Garsibande, we supported 6. In Nkangala district, we supported 5. In total, there are 23. The third question: does the department and strategic partners like NYDA have a strategy on post-funding support to these businesses owned by young people? If yes, briefly reflect on the strategy. And if no, what plan do you have to ensure that such businesses are sustained? Our response: post-investment support for the 23 funded businesses is proposed to be facilitated by SEDFA and Standard Bank in collaboration with other stakeholders. This includes financial literacy training, business advisory services, and mentorship. As part of post-investment, the youth are expected to give quarterly progress reports on the financial and business performances of the business for the period of 12 months to a business advisor of both NYDA and DEDET. The last question: what is the department plan of those that are 35 years and above? Our response: for those that are above 35 years, the department refers them to other institutions such as MEGA, SEDFA, NEF, IDC, and the commercial banks such as Standard Bank, ABSA, FNB, and other private sector-driven financial institutions. This is done to ensure that no one is left behind, and access to finance remains the major challenge faced by those who are above 35 years. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honorable Mbuyane, any follow-up question?
Ngiyabonga Somlomo lo Thembekile. No mibuto yami yonke iphenduleke kahle. Akunawo umbuto lolandzelako.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbuyane.
Thank you.
Follow-up questions from other members. Honorable Chibi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, mine is that I just need to understand maybe the MEC to give further clarification in terms of those above 35. Because if I could hear properly on a response that it looks like the department does not have any assistance. Because if you were to refer those ones to, particularly to financial institutions such as Standard Bank and other banks, you know the position of those banks towards the exclusion of particularly of black businesses. So I want to understand clearly to say, do you have any assistance or you don't have any assistance? Because at any point, those people, they know that that's above 35, if they've got business interests, they'll always approach those. But what I could not touch exactly what are you saying in terms of assisting them internal. Thank you.
Let me see.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think the Honorable Member didn't hear properly. MEGA is the entity of the department. When I outlined other financial institutions, I also included MEGA. We are assisting them also through MEGA. And we have an MOU with Standard Bank. Recently, we had an event in M20 Sun, whereby Standard Bank was assisting small businesses. And 2 days back, I was in Malahleni. The Hollywood Foundation was also assisting small businesses, regardless of age. And the following week, I'll be in Secunda. Sasol will be also assisting the small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Weber.
Thank you, Chairperson. How are these businesses sourced or chosen to be beneficiaries of this program, Honorable MEC?
Thank you very much, Honorable Weber, for the question. All businesses applied. We had a roadshow to all the districts encouraging young people to apply. And they were pitching, and there were judges checking also whether they do meet all the requirements, and also the way they responded to some of the issues or the questions which the judges were raising. They pitched and they identified those ones to be the best 23. That's how we supported these 23 SMMEs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. You can now take your seat. We have exhausted all your questions. We are now on question number 37. I beg your, no. The rules are very clear. Only 2 additional follow-up questions, Honorable Lukele. Honorable members who are on question number 37, Honorable F.V. Mlombo, to ask MEC for Social Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, the questions the answers that I gave to the
Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Honorable Muela, Honorable Masango, the Junior, and Honorable Malapeng, they are making noise.
Okay. All right. It's very much good that you are the one who's identifying them. Please, she's one who used to make noise, but please don't make noise there. Don't make noise, Honorable Malapeng, Honorable Muela, and Honorable Mkhabela, Magabang Umsindo. Let's allow MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Fortunately, the answers that I gave to the first set of the questions are also responding to some of the questions that are here, but I will respond. These are the questions from Honorable Mlombo to the MEC Social Development, that the department has built centers in various communities so that people can easily access services rendered by social workers and administrators. It has been reported that officials are unable to render services at Msokwaba, Matsulu, Tegwan, and Ngodini for the community to access services. They must travel to regional office in Bombela. It is alleged that a dispute arose when posts for the new Msokwaba Youth Center were filled. That led to death threats being made on officials at the other centers if they report for work. The first question: is the Honorable MEC aware of the above mentioned crisis?
Our response is yes, the MEC has been made aware of the situation. The second question is,
Honorable, apology, MEC. Honorable Mlombo.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I have asked the question, and I want to confirm that the Honorable MEC have responded to most of the items and the questions that have been asked here. The only thing that I can ask the Honorable MEC to do is just to indicate the number of workers and administrative
No.
staff
Point of
who are
order.
affected.
Point of
but
order.
the
Point
MEC
of
have
order.
responded to the
Point
questions.
of order.
Thank you.
Okay. Point of order, Honorable Sedibe.
Honorable Speaker, this question is no longer Honorable Mlombo's question.
Okay.
It's the question for all of us.
Yeah.
We want to follow the response so that
Yeah.
we can make follow-up questions.
Okay.
What
Yeah.
Honorable
No, no,
Mlombo
no.
is doing is
Allow
thoroughly
me-
out of
Yeah.
order.
No, it's fine. Honorable members, let's allow the MEC because it's already here, so that if there are any follow-up questions from other members, because we should have at least removed it from the list. So let's allow the MEC to respond. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The second question is, what is the main reason that led to the closure of centers mentioned above? The response, the representatives of the community of Dungeon Sokwaba raised concerns that it appears that the centers would not address the unemployment issues in the community, and that the centers does not address the issues that were raised from its conceptual period, which include it being operated as an NPO and hiring 100% people from PINA. And they further indicated that the majority of the people of Katanj and Sokwaba are excluded from benefiting. As engagements and discussions were going on without any immediate solution, a group of people claiming to be representatives of the community started by closing down operations in the Msokwaba office, followed by the offices in eThekwani, Matsulu, and Kapogweni. This was seen as an attempt to get attention on the main issue of Dungeon Msokwaba. Seeing that all these offices were affected, the department developed a plan where certain services can be delivered without going to the office. However, the department received reports that any employee seen trying to work would be traced to where they stay. So this situation created fear, making it difficult to provide services because it is difficult to provide safety and security to the employees, especially outside of their workstation. Recently, after the MBs of the Premier held in Kapogweni, the head of the department for DSD received a threatening message from the anonymous number warning that if the centers are open, severe consequences will follow. The nature of the message was highly alarming and has serious concerns regarding the safety and security of all individuals involved. The third question, Honourable Speaker, are the above mentioned centers the only ones affected in the province? Our response, yes, they are the only ones affected in the province in our Department of Social Development. The fourth question, has the department been made aware of the death threats on officials stationed in those centers? Our response, Honourable Speaker, yes, the department has been made aware of the death threats directed to employees in those centers, and they have been since advised to take extra precautionary measures and also to report those threats to SAPS. This is the last question, Honourable Speaker. How is the department planning to address this crisis so that people can access services? Our response, Honourable Speaker, several meetings have been held with stakeholders such as trade unions, task teams, and the group representing the community. However, it would appear that there is a stalemate caused by the demands, including recruitment and employment of local people only, converting these centers into NPOs, which are very difficult to meet because the environment under which we operate is regulated by many legislations, especially the employment-related issues. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honorable Mlombo, I know there was something that you wanted to raise with the MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and let me thank the Honorable MC for the comprehensive response. The follow-up question is how many workers are involved, because our understanding is that these are 3 centers, and how many workers are involved? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I might not be exact with the number, so I just want to be accurate when I respond to this question. I will forward a written response to the Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Follow-up questions from other members. Honorable Weber, we will be followed by Honorable Lukele.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I think Honorable MEC knows how I think we all feel about this, and I cannot imagine that any of us work in that, under that stress. But I cannot give advice or anything, but we need to do something about the situation, and the way is all of us, because the SAPS, everyone needs to be involved, because we need to make this country better, and to have someone intimidating and threaten us that our people cannot work and our poor people cannot get jobs, it's just unacceptable. And as I stand here and saying this, I don't have a solution, and all I can say is I feel for the people dealing with this. But let's put heads together and do what we can and come up with plans to assist the MEC and her team. As to being threatened like that cannot be acceptable, and we also cannot give in to it. Thank you, Honourable Chair, Speaker.
Yeah, more of a comment, Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We welcome the comment from the Honourable Member. I think it was also addressed in our portfolio meeting on how are we going to move forward with this matter. Indeed, our people are suffering to a point that some of them, they would travel to our office. And we for now, we are able to give them those services. But it's very painful because they must use their money to travel to these offices. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Lukele.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable MEC, I'm sharing the same sentiments as Honourable Weber, which we need to find a solution to this situation. But where I am seated, Honourable MEC, I have a number of questions. Creator, ile question yaga Honourable Mlombo, sentence number 2. It is alleged that a dispute arose when posts for the new Msekwabo Youth Center were not filled. Now, these 3, if I'm not mistaken, there must be 4. The centers, Msekwabo, Matsulu, Tegwane, and Ngotini. Their structures are there, are built. The question in my head, was there a public consultation when this project started? If Mangabe the public is not going to allow these centers to operate, if Mangabe there were no consultation, then why did we begin with building these structures? Because it's a waste of money, it's a problem. If Mangabe we did that, we must learn from those mistakes. We shouldn't be doing these things. It's one problem. But coming back to the question on its own, Honourable MEC, and the current challenges, I think maybe it will be proper, because we can't be told the government can't do anything. People are putting their hopes on the government to help them. They must access these offices. And we build these offices for almost the poor people, those who can't afford to travel to Mbombela. So we can't be held at ransom. MEC,
Honourable Lukele, don't make a statement. Just make a follow-up question.
The follow-up question, it's precise. MEC, Honourable Speaker, it's not a follow-up question, but I'm trying to assist.
But you are given an opportunity to make a follow-up. Wait a bit, Honourable Lukele. Don't assist. You can assist outside this sitting, but for now, an opportunity is given for you to have a follow-up question on the question that has been raised. Don't start a new thing, please.
The question was, but I asked the question, as long as I'm speaking. I asked the question, was the Msekwabo, Matsulu, Tegwane, and Ngotini centers, when they were built, was there a public consultation? It was a question.
But But now we are continuing, and that is a new question altogether now. It's not even related to this, but I'm going to allow the MEC just to respond, because I don't want us to dwell
That
outside.
follow up engiyenzile, it emanated from sentence number 2 on the question. It came from there. The allegations of
In fact, I don't want to make this house igcine ingasayila iyakhona.
Okay, Honorable MEC, can you
Honorable
please just
Speaker,
give
protect
me
the
answers to that
speaker.
question, then we will take it outside as the advice you are speaking.
Please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, the community was consulted. This is what we normally do when there is a project to be implemented. We work with ward councillors and also the ward committees to ensure that every stakeholder is involved. So the community was consulted. It's just that that group of people, I think they want us as a department to do the way Bona they are expecting, not the way we must follow as per the legislation and policies of the department. So I think it is what has created this noise. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, we can't allow our people to suffer. We must find a solution to this. At the end, our offices must be opened. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, when we deal with this matter, we must put ourselves on the shoes of these employees, because Bona, they fear that they can go to work during the day, but after hours, what will happen to them? Because we won't be there. Tina will be sitting in our homes, maybe safe, but what will happen to them? They don't have securities, they don't have anything, and they are scared of their families. So that is the reason we are trying to deal with this matter in that way, as much as it is sensitive and it will need us to take a route that will be seen that we are sensitive to it and we are going into the shoes of these employees. We are not just dealing with it for the sake of opening offices. Thank you very much.
Honorable MEC. You have exhausted your
Point
questions.
of order, please.
Honorable Masango.
Point
You
of
can take a
order,
seat.
Speaker.
Honorable Masango, I'm noting you, Honorable.
Yes, Speaker, I'm also on a point of order, actually. Speaker, I think we need to clarify probably or get legal advice on Honorable Mlombo when he withdraw his question, and then Honorable Sidibe said no, it's for a legislature consumption. But my problem is just one, that make us not sure what is what. When I'm not here, my question get jumped. And then why does it now becomes a legislature question? So we need clarity there to make sure that we understand each other, that even if a person is not here, it must be answered if truly it belongs to the legislature. Because I got the right to withdraw my question if I don't want it to be answered, is my question.
Okay, I think we'll be getting a proper advice accordingly, because also where I was thinking that if I feel that the question mustn't come, I must withdraw, and before it become presented. I think that's how I was thinking, but we will be advised accordingly. We are now on question number. Oh, there was another point of order, Honorable.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think we have to suspend some of the workshops that we are having, like the one that we're having of ethical leadership. Some of the members here, they're not respecting other members here. They just shout whilst a member is on the stage. So I think, Honorable Speaker, you have to protect some of the members here. That side, they are shouting a lot, I don't know why. But they've attended that we have to have a respect to other members. Please, Honorable Speaker, protect us.
Okay, I think that is a fair comment, but it's not on one side. It's across. I think that must be corrected across all of us as honorable members. We must respect this house. We are on question number 38, Honorable Malachi, to ask the MEC for cooperative governance Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs.
Well, thanks, Speaker. As in Speaker, they require yourself to attend them. Honorable Masang is right. It's the rule here. You can withdraw your question anytime. Honorable R.J. Malachi, EFF, to ask MEC for Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs. Following findings by Public Protector
Honorable
Advocate.
Speaker.
Honorable Mkabela.
Yeah, before sindlula kule nto le ikhulunywe ngu-Honorable Mashilo manje, there is nothing wrong to withdraw your question. What is wrong is Honorable Mlombo to stand up, withdraw the question partially and wanting to comment at the same time. Once you withdraw, you don't put any comment on it. So that's the wrong thing that it transpired. Thank you. We need to clarify that as well.
Okay.
Hlala phansi ke Mkhabela. Uyahlala phansi. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, at times you must make the house ukuthi abantu bangalala. Abanye balala yanibona. Following findings by a public protector, Advocate Kollega Kalega, it was revealed that Bushbuckridge local municipality irregularly appointed 2 individuals to key administrative roles. One was hired as an HR administration clerk without matric certificate, and other as an occupational health safety clerk without relevant qualifications. This politically influenced appointment highlight clear nepotism and procedural abuse. The executive mayor Lydia Mruan was directed to table a report before council and take urgent legal steps to reverse the appointment. What action will your office take to ensure accountability and compliance following the public protector's findings? Well, first we have to do the equal investigation, and we discover that the individual has national diploma in human resource management without matric. I don't know how it has happened that he acquired the highest and he don't have the lowest. The second one, the issue was about the experience, that the individual was supposed to have 2-year experience and it did not have that. Indeed, the council said yesterday on the 29th, and the matter was presented before council, and the council considered the matter and a remedial action shall be taken as such, according to the advice they will receive beyond that. Roman figure 2, has department initiated any oversight or support to reverse this unlawful appointment? Of course, in terms of the municipal staff regulations, the post is now declared null and void, and our duty is to make sure that is adhered to. Question 3, what steps have been taken to prevent similar politically influenced appointment in other municipalities? Well, according to the law of the country, posts are advertised, and individually they must apply following the municipal staff regulations. In the event such appointment can happen outside the staff regulations, those positions will equally be declared null and void. So there is no matter of political influence shall arise outside qualifications. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Malachi, any follow-up question?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thanks to the MEC for the proper response. But I have a follow-up question that because the MEC is mentioning that he's not sure Uguti why did the candidate or the appointed person have a diploma without matric? So did he also verify that diploma that the appointed person is having? Thank you very much.
Okay, Honorable MEC.
Of course, why not? I have done that. Okay. Yes, the entry, I think that was used probably as an entry point for qualifications by SAQA accreditations. Thank you.
Any follow-up questions from other members? Honorable Marshall.
Thank you, Speaker. MEC, in light of this and various other incidents that were reported, you will recall that there was a debate on a skills audit. Don't you think it's necessary that that skills audit is conducted all over the province now? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Well, we have started doing the skills audit. Some people obviously, and that must be understood in proper context so that there is no misunderstanding here. In the process, there were a number of regulations get introduced. The question we must ask, are they applicable or retrospective or not? And the answer is simply no. Some people might have been appointed before we introduce this staff code in terms of qualifications, are in the system through the process of development and through the process of promotions, they acquire those positions. What do we do about them? Do we kill them? The answer is no.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honorable Sedibe.
Well, thank you, Leader of Government Business and Chairperson of the Deployment Committee of the ruling party. Now, what is your role in these cases? Because I understand in senior position, not junior position like that, they all pass through you as the chairperson of the deployment committee, like the one for the CEO for the SEZ board, which you have approved. And tell us your role. What are you looking at before you authorize the appointment of such position?
Where is this question now? How is it related to this one, Honorable Sidebe?
It relates to qualifications.
But how do you relate the MEC to the chairperson of the ANC? Because we are honorable members.
Yeah, especially to the senior ones. They pass through him, all of them.
But he cannot respond on his responsibility of the organization here. I think what you need to ask him, his role as the
But
MEC.
this responsibility affects government.
MEC?
It affects that.
Well, the matter in question is not the senior position per se. It's just an administrative HR. It's nothing to do with a deployment of my responsibility. I take it as a junior staff, so I was not involved in any way.
Through you, Speaker, I mentioned that this ones I know is the crime committed by the mayors and speakers in the local municipality. We know they do that everywhere. But I'm asking him about this senior position because it's related. And I've cited a living example about the CEO for SEZ board because all senior deployment, they passes through him.
You are abusing this platform, Honorable Sedi.
What?
I'm saying.
No, Speaker. Well, beside the point of the SEZ, I take it could be example. In terms of the new staff code establishment and regulations, no senior person will be appointed without qualifications. And that's precisely why we're doing concurrence. As we do concurrence, we check that and we don't give. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We have exhausted all the follow-up questions on your questions. We are now on question number 39, Honorable T. Marshall, to ask the MEC for safety, security and liaison.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable T. Marshall from DA to ask the MEC for Community Safety, Security and Licensing. Question, what is the total amount of fine and licensing fees that have been written off by your department from 2024 to date? The response, the department is unable to provide data for the period between 2014 and 2016, as no write-off occurred during that time. The total amount of traffic fine and licensing fee written off by the department from 2017 to date is 3,475,172,470. I have a table that I'm going to table for all the financial year as requested. From 2018 to 2019 to date, 186,408,212 rand was written off. On 2019 to 2020, 378,165,354 was written off. On 2020 to 2021, 667,314,248 was also written off. From 2021 to 2022, an amount of 722,539,638 cents was also written off. On 2022 to 2023, an amount of 695,463,192 was written off. 2023 to 2024, an amount of 825,281,826 was written off. If you sum up all the amount that I've mentioned, it amounts to 3,475,172,470. Question number 2, can the department provide a year-by-year breakdown per municipality of the total amount written off from 2014 to date? The answer, the written off amount mentioned pertains only to fine and licensing fees managed by the Department of DCSSL. It does not include the fine issued by municipalities as they operate their own traffic fine system independently outside the department scope. Therefore, the department cannot provide data or a breakdown of a written off amount per municipality. Question now, Roman figure 3, what were the reason for the write off and what the criteria were used to justify this decision? The response, the write-off
of traffic fine primarily stem from issues that render them legally unforeseeable or administrative problematic. The decision to write off these fines are justifiable by the following criteria. The court imposed limit and threshold. The court imposed a limit on the number of traffic fines that can be processed per court date if the volume of fines submitted exceeds the predetermined threshold. The entire batch of traffic fine is struck off the court roll. The decision by the courts justified the write-off as this fine can no longer be legal pursued. Administrative and technical errors on traffic fine. A significant number of write-off are due to error made during the issuance of traffic fine. When fines are issued with an incorrect charge code, incorrect amount, or incorrect code date, the entire court roll associated with these summon errors is strike off the court roll. These errors render the fine invalid regardless of their original book value, thereby justifying their write-off. Illegible handwriting. The inability to read the handwriting on traffic fine also contribute to them being struck off the court roll by the courts when the detail of a fine cannot be clearly interpreted. It becomes impossible to process legally. These administrative defects justify the rights of recoverable debt from municipalities, the rights of pertaining the licensing fees were a direct result of municipality owing the department. According to established agreement, and municipality were obligated to pay 80% of their collected license fee to the department while retaining 20%. However, most municipalities were not paying their due of 80% share. The department conducted a thorough analysis of this outstanding debt from municipalities. The analysis indicated that the debt was irrecoverable, which then led to the decision to write off the amount owed. Question number 4. Has the department conducted any investigation into whether any of these write-offs were due to administrative efficiency, corruption, or fraud? The response: yes, the department conducted investigation to determine the causes of these write-offs, especially given the significant financial loss occurred. The finding of this investigation primarily pointed to administrative efficiency as the main cause. For instance, write-off frequently occurred due to traffic fine being used with an incorrect charge code, an incorrect code date, or an incorrect amount. Furthermore, a substantial number of fines were struck off the court roll because the volume of traffic fine enrolled for a single court date exceeded the court set threshold. The investigation concluded that these issues were largely due to systematic administrative shortcomings rather than instances of corruption or fraud.
Question number 5, how does the department intend to improve accountability and financial management regarding this collection of fine and licensing fees moving forward? The response, the department has identified areas for improvement in its system and it's taking concrete steps to boost accountability and enhance financial management in the collection of fine and licensing fee with the following. Boosting administrative efficiency. The department has started a refresher course for all traffic officers. This training directly tackles past administrative issues such as error in charge code, code date, and fine amount, which often led to fine being struck of the court roll or exceeding court date limit. The department has observed a decrease in the office errors report, which mark a considerable progress. Traffic fine recovery. To maximize the collection of outstanding traffic fine, the department has appointed a debt collector. The initiative will ensure a focused effort to recover own traffic fine amount, taking over the licensing function from the municipality to fix this ongoing issue and centralize financial management. The department is currently taking over licensing function from all municipalities within the province. Currently, only 3 municipalities, the Paliseng, that is Dr. J.S. Moroka, Bushbuck Ridge, are still outstanding and have yet to transfer this function to the department. This initiative will assist the department to centralize, control, improve collection rate, prevent similar irrecoverable debts from happening in the future. Flexible licensing fee debt management. The department has also put a debt management program in place specifically for individual owing license fee. This program allows individuals to make arrangement for monthly payment, providing a structured way for this to settle their outstanding amount. This directly improves the department's collection rates. These measures collectively aim to strengthen internal control, improve data accuracy, and actively pursue outstanding debt, leading to enhanced accountability and more efficiency financial management in collection processes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. You have exhausted almost the entire 15 minutes, but let me allow Honorable Marshall for a follow-up question.
Thank you, Speaker. MEC, thank you very much for the response. If I may ask if I can just have your response in writing. I've got the same problem as our former President Zuma. I can't count all the zeros, so it's a problem for me. That's just on a lighter note. Then my question, the 3.47 billion that was written off, does it include the 80% that the municipalities didn't pay over to the department? And then the debt collector that was appointed, when was the debt collector appointed? Thank you.
I didn't capture your question. You said when was the debt collector appointed?
Yes, MEC, when was the debt collector appointed?
Okay, I think that the debt collector was appointed, I think 2 months ago. Yes.
My apologies, MEC. And then just that 3.47 billion, does that include the 80% that the municipalities were supposed to pay over to the department?
No.
So
Yeah.
it's excluding that?
Yes.
Wow. Thank you, MEC.
Yes.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Marshall. Thank you, Honorable MEC. I think I'm not going to allow any follow-up questions since the 15 minutes is already exhausted, and also the time that was allocated for questions is already exhausted. As a result, we have now come to the end of the question time. I'm now allowing the Secretary to read us the fourth order of the day.
Order number 4, consideration of reports of the Portfolio Committee on Culture, Sports and Recreation. 4.1, oversight visit conducted at Butleng and Newtown Public Libraries in Victor Kanye and Steve Twetle local municipalities on the 3rd of April 2025. 4.2, oversight visit conducted at Matsamo Public Library at Nkomazi Municipality on the 2nd of April 2025. 4.3, oversight visit conducted at High Altitude Training Center at Emakazini Local Municipality on the 4th of April 2025.
Thank you, Secretary. I now call upon the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Culture, Sports and Recreation, Honorable Bigrobler, to table the reports.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. On behalf of the Select Committee of Culture, Sports and Recreation, I put the 3 reports as read by the Secretary to the House for adoption. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Grobler. I am informed, Honorable Members, that there's no debate on these reports. Now the question before the House is whether we agree to adopt the report as tabled by Honorable Grobler.
Agreed.
Yes, agreed. The Secretary shall read the 5th order of the day.
Order number 5, consideration of reports of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Land and Environmental Affairs. 5.1, oversight visit conducted on air quality control monitoring station at Emalahleni Local Municipality on the 27th of March 2025. 5.2, oversight visit conducted at Veterinary Laboratory at Msugalikwa Local Municipality on the 10th of April 2025. 5.3, oversight visit conducted at Mwandlamari Communal Property Association at Bushbuckridge Local Municipality. 5.4, oversight visit conducted at Livestock Farmers, Tembisile Local Municipality on the 27th of March 2025. 5.5, oversight visit conducted at Dahakral F40, Dr. Pikli Aikisaka Seme Local Municipality on the 10th of April 2025. 5.6, oversight visit conducted in Nkomazi Citrus Nkomazi Local Municipality on the 3rd of April 2025. Oversight visit conducted at Allendale Citrus Project at Bushbuckridge Local Municipality on the 8th of April 2025. 5.8, oversight visit conducted at Senteco Tea Farm Estate at Mbombela Local Municipality on the 3rd of April 2025.
I now call upon the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Land and Environmental Affairs, Honorable MC Sedibe, to table these reports.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Secretary of the Legislature, for simplifying my work by presenting all the report from 5.1 to 5.8. I move, Honorable Speaker, that the House adopt all the 8 reports as they are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sedibe. Honorable members, I'm also informed that there's no debate on these reports. I now call before this House that we agree to adopt these reports as tabled by Honorable Sedibe.
Agree.
As so agreed. The Secretary shall read the 6th order of the day.
Order number 6, consideration of reports of the Portfolio Committee on Health. 6.1, oversight visit conducted at Middleburg Hospital and New King Nyabela District Hospital, Steve Twetle Local Municipality on the 2nd of April 2025. 6.2, Oversight visits conducted at Matikwane Hospital and Bongane TB Hospital, Bushbuckridge Local Municipality and City of Mbombela on the 3rd of April 2025.
I'm now calling upon the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Health, Honorable M.N. Mhlongo, to table these reports.
Honorable Speaker, I am honored to table the report of the Portfolio Committee on Health for consideration by this August House. I move that this August House consider the following reports. The oversight visit conducted at Middleburg Hospital and New King Nyabela District Hospital in Steve Tshwete Local Municipality on the 2nd of April 2025, and the oversight conducted at Matikwane Hospital and Bongani TB Hospital, Bushbuckridge Local Municipality and the City of Mbombela. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. I am also informed, honorable members, that there's no debate on these reports. Now the question before the House is whether we agree to adopt these reports as tabled by Honorable Mhlongo.
Agreed.
So agreed. Secretary shall read 7th order of the day.
Order number 7, consideration of reports of the Portfolio Committee on Education, 7.1, oversight visit conducted on the focus intervention at no-fee boarding school in Mpumalanga Province, 7.2, oversight visit conducted on the taking legislature to the people at Victor Khanye Local Municipality on the 10th to the 14th of March 2025.
Thank you, Secretary. I now call upon the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Education, Honorable T.S. Koza, to table the report. Who's going to be taking on her behalf?
Honorable Mlombo.
Honorable Mlombo, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I move the reports as presented for adoption by the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mlombo. Honorable Member, I'm informed that there's no debate on these reports. Do we agree to adopt these reports as tabled by Honorable Mlombo?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yes, so agreed. Secretary shall read the 8th order of the day.
Order number 8, consideration of reports of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Roads and Transport, 8.1, oversight visit conducted at rehabilitation of Coal Hole Road, P1821, Phase 3, from P52-2 towards P31, and upgrading of Road D2274 from N11 to D1398 north of Hendrina, and construction of 2 bridges at Steve Tshwete Local Municipality and Kangala District on the 3rd of April 2025. 8.2, oversight visit conducted at upgrading of Road D4407 between Hluvukani and Timbavati, Road D4409 at Velverdind, Road D44162 between Timbavati and Road P1941, and the upgrading of rural access Road D4422 near Tulamahashe, Bushbuckridge Local Municipality and Ehlanzeni District on the 10th of April 2025. 8.3, oversight visit conducted at upgrading of Kha Motibiti Access Road from D4442 D3960 to Road R45 and New Mapulaning Regional Hospital at Bushbuckridge Local Municipality and Ehlanzeni District on the 11th of April 2025.
Thank you, Secretary. I'm now calling upon the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Roads and Transport, Honorable J. Saidel, to table the reports.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Roads and Transport, I hereby present the 3 reports as read out by the Secretary for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Saidel. Honorable members, I'm informed that there is no debate on these reports. Therefore, I'm posing a question before the House whether we agree to adopt these reports as tabled by Honorable Saidel. As so agreed, Secretary shall read the 9th order of the day.
Order number 9, consideration of reports of the Select Committee on Public Accounts, 9.1, precautionary suspensions in Mpumalanga Provincial Government as at the 31st of March 2025, Office of the Premier, 9.2, debts owed to municipalities in Mpumalanga Province as of the 31st of March 2025, Provincial Treasury. 9.3, oversight visit conducted at Middelburg Medical Depot on the 12th of February 2025, Department of Health. 9.4, oversight visit conducted at Leidenberg Wastewater Treatment Works, Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I now call upon the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Public Accounts, Honorable D.L. Muela, to table the reports.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me on behalf of the Select Committee on Public Accounts, COPA, to confirm and request this Honorable House to process and accept the reports as presented in the order paper. I therefore submit, Honorable Speaker, and table all the four reports for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muela. Honorable members, I'm informed that there's no debate on these reports. Now I want to know from the House whether we agree to adopt these reports as tabled by Honorable Muela.
Agreed.
As so agreed. The Secretary shall read the 10th order of the day.
Order number 10, consideration of reports of the Portfolio Committee on Community Safety, Security and Liaison. 10.1, oversight visit conducted at Emela Police Station at Msugalikwa Local Municipality on the 16th of April 2025. 10.2, oversight visit conducted at Libombo Border Post at Nkoma's Local Municipality on the 8th of April 2025. 10.3, oversight visit conducted at Mbalenhle Police Station at Governor Mbeki Local Municipality on the 28th of March 2025.
I now call upon the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Community Safety, Security and Liaison, Honorable L.R. Monini, to table the reports.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I hereby table the three reports as outlined by the Secretary for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mnini. Honorable members, I'm informed again that there is no debate on these reports. Therefore, the question before the House is whether we agree to adopt these reports as tabled by Honorable Mnini.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. The Secretary shall read the 11th order of the day.
Order number 11, consideration of a report of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development on oversight visit conducted at Tolulwazi Victim Center, South African National Council on Alcohol, SANCA, Victim Empowerment Program on the 27th to the 28th of March 2025.
Thank you, Secretary. I now call upon the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Social Development, Honorable T.R. Nkonyane, to table the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise as the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development to table the reports as read by the Secretary for consideration by this August House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkonyane. Honorable members, I'm informed again that there's no debate on this report. May I now pose the question before the House whether we agree to adopt the report tabled by Honorable Nkonyane? As so agreed, the Secretary shall read the 12th order of the day.
Order number 12, consideration of a report of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs on the oversight visits on provision of the borehole project, asbestos roof project, and NAS water treatment works held at Dr. J.S. Morocco and Nkoma's Local Municipality on the 2nd and 8th of April 2025, Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs.
I now call upon the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs, Honorable D.P. Nkosi, to table the report.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising to table this report for the Portfolio Committee of COGSTA for consideration and adoption by this August House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. I am informed, Honorable members, that there's no debate on this report. Now the question before the House is whether we agree to adopt the report as tabled by Honorable Nkosi. As so agreed. Honorable members, that concludes the business for the day. You are now all requested to remain standing in your places until the procession has left the chamber. The House is adjourned until Tuesday, the 3rd of June at 10 o'clock in this very chamber.